A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Larry Noble is in Hollywood making a picture because he believes his wife wants him as far away as possible, now that her face is badly burned by the acid thrown by Claudia Vincent when Mary unearthed the truth about Claudia's guilt in the murder of Oliver Wilson. Larry is unhappy in this belief, but he doesn't blame Mary, since he feels a deep inner guilt for having forced Claudia on his family and friends. Right now, on the set of the studio, Larry is waiting for the camera crew to finish the background for his next scene. And as he watches half-heartedly, we hear the director, Sam Marco, saying,
"Let's get moving on this next shot. We have a lot of work to finish, boys. Be a little more shadow in the left spot. Watch that cable, Joe."
I guess they're getting ready for your big scene, Mr. Noble.
I sure hope so, Dora. Seems we spend hours between shots just to get a few feet of film.
I know. I guess it's different on Broadway. It must be wonderful to look out over the footlights and see a real live audience, instead of just looking out at a lot of grips and electricians and pretending they're not there.
You'll find that there are fewer headaches in movies, Dora. A picture may be a box office failure, but you still get paid your contract price.
Maybe. But watch out when your options come up.
Yes, I guess you have something there, Dora. But just the same, you don't know what it is to rehearse for weeks, day and night, and then quietly fold a couple of days after the opening.
Did that ever happen to you, Mr. Noble?
Oh, of course. It happens to any actor who's been working at it a long time.
Gee, I just can't imagine it happening to you.
Well, I can. And that's what gives actors those opening night jitters.
Well, still, it's better than just standing around here all day like I have to do, waiting for a couple of lines.
Oh, give yourself time, Dora. I'll bet that before another year, I'll see your name in big lights out in front. Dora Dean in her greatest dramatic hit.
Well, you'd better not hold your breath waiting for the day, Mr. Noble. I'm getting kind of discouraged. If it wasn't for meeting you on this set, I don't know what I'd do. Only, I know I'm being a nuisance.
Not at all.
You don't have to kid me. I knew it the minute I asked you if you'd come out to my folks' roadside stand. I knew I was out of turn when I said that.
Oh, you're just as wrong as you can be, Dora. I thought it was very nice and friendly of you to ask me out.
Sure. Only wild horses wouldn't drag you out there, and I don't blame you. After all, I'm just a nobody, and my folks are old vaudeville has-beens who keep on talking about the good old days and how they wowed them at the palace.
You know, you're very cynical, Dora. For such a young girl, and for such an attractive one.
I've been around enough to know a few things, Mr. Noble, and I've made up my mind not to hang around and bother you anymore. I'm sorry I was such a pest.
Wait a minute, Dora. You've got it all wrong.
All ready now, Mr. Noble. Let's get this next scene out of the way.
I'll be right with you, Mr. Marco.
Take your position just as we rehearsed it. You cross over from that side. Oren will come up the track and pan to the right. You got that clear?
I'm ready when you are.
All right. Let's not have any retakes on this. Nice and quiet now. You ready? Action. Lights. Sound.
And at this same time, in a New York hospital where Mary is recuperating from her severe acid burns, we find her most devoted visitor, wealthy Rupert Barlow, talking in the hall outside Mary's room with Dr. Allen, who's in charge of the case. And we hear...
Well, Dr. Allen, you're just the man I've been wanting to see.
Indeed, Mr. Barlow?
Yes, it's about Mrs. Noble's condition.
Well, as I told you, Mr. Barlow, only members of the family
Yes,
are...
now wait, Dr. Allen. I am one of Mrs. Noble's closest friends. Perhaps the closest friend she has. At least I'd like to think so.
Well, what was it you wanted to ask me, Mr. Barlow?
And I wonder if you can give me any idea of how much longer the patient will have to stay here in the hospital. Will it be 1 week, 2, longer perhaps?
I can only say that Mrs. Noble is making far greater progress than I anticipated. Burns of this sort are tricky. It's very hard to predict the outcome.
But can't you give me some idea of what you expect, Dr. Allen? I mean to say, Mrs. Noble is a very beautiful woman. She's greatly admired. And, being married to a theater personality, she is, of course, seen on many occasions in public. Now, if she were to be badly disfigured, I'm very much afraid of the effect it'll have on her future, on her ability to accept the verdict.
I have found Mrs. Noble to be a splendid patient, Mrs. Barlow, and I'm sure that she will face whatever she must accept with fortitude and courage.
Does that mean that you don't expect her to make a full recovery?
Well, not at all. But I'm not in favor of building a patient's hopes too high before the outcome is reasonably certain.
And it isn't reasonably certain yet, in your mind.
Mr. Barlow, I understand your concern for a dear friend, but I don't understand the wish to have me predict the extent of Mrs. Noble's recovery before I am certain of it myself.
Well, I'm sorry if I'm overstepping myself, Dr. Allen. Perhaps I'd better explain that my concern is based on a knowledge of certain facts in Mrs. Noble's personal life.
Indeed.
You see, I know that Mrs. Noble is becoming very restless and depressed.
That's quite natural under the circumstances. However, I feel that Mrs. Noble has managed to keep herself under excellent control.
Yes, but the question is, how much longer can she go on?
I don't quite understand.
Let me be quite candid, Dr. Allen. You may not know that Mrs. Noble is going through a serious personal crisis. Her husband has left New York and gone to the West Coast to make a picture.
Yes, I know that.
Well, don't you feel that Hollywood is a long way off, under the circumstances?
I don't pretend to know anything about the entertainment field, Mr. Barlow, but I haven't been aware of any great change in Mrs. Noble's morale these last days.
Oh, she's a very brave woman. But I can promise you she is suffering very greatly. And she fears that if her recovery isn't complete, it will be the breakup of her marriage to Larry Noble.
Oh, surely not. Mr. Noble appeared to be concerned only for his wife's comfort.
I don't like to argue with you, Dr. Allen, but I'm quite sure of my facts. And you must remember that Larry Noble is a celebrated actor. He might easily persuade you to believe whatever he said.
I don't quite know what to say. It would be most unfortunate to have anything affect the patient's frame of mind. Most unfortunate.
I agree. That's why I'm speaking so bluntly to you, Dr. Allen. You see, I want you to keep me as closely advised about her condition as you can, so that I may help her through this terrible time and alleviate her mental suffering.
Well, Mr. Barlow, I have reason to believe Mrs. Noble will make a very good recovery. In the way she seems right now, I believe she'll show very few signs of the serious burn she's had.
Well, you don't know how that relieves my mind, Dr. Allen. If it's all right, I'll go in and see her now.
I left her sitting up in apparent good spirits. But what you've just told me casts a grave shadow on the case. I'd like to think you were wrong about Mr. Noble.
Well, I assure you I'm not. He'll certainly not continue his life with a woman whose beauty is marred by scars. But since you believe so strongly in her complete recovery, perhaps there's still a chance. Thank you for your patience and understanding, Dr. Allen. I'll see Mrs. Noble now.
Coming in.
Well, how is my lovely patient today?
Hello, Rupert. Aren't you wonderful the way you come to see me?
Don't you know it's my greatest pleasure, darling? But tell me, how are you? How do you feel?
Well, from what Dr. Allen says, I don't think it will be too much longer before he removes the final bandages.
I know already.
You do? Did Dr. Allen tell you?
No, Angel. But I know that you will always be the most beautiful woman in the world, no matter what happens.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Rupert. I thought for a minute... Oh, but I should have known.
Oh, Mrs. Noble, was that the letter you were expecting?
Letter? What letter, nurse?
Oh, I see.
Do you mean to say Mr. Barlow didn't give it to you? The very idea.
Well, I'm most awfully sorry, Mary, darling. I was so delighted to see you, I stuffed it in my pocket and forgot all about it.
Shame on you, Mr. Barlow, when our patient's been waiting so anxiously for word.
You mean...
May I have it, please? I can tell in a minute if it's from Larry.
Yes, of course, my dear. And 1,000 pardons.
Oh, please open it. I can't manage the envelope.
I'll do it, Mrs. Noble.
No, please, I insist. There now. Can you read it, or should I ask Nurse Clark to read it while I leave the room, Mary?
Oh, you needn't leave, Rupert. I just want to see what he says. It's from Larry, and I can't wait.
I thought it must be for Mr. Noble when I saw that airmail special delivery.
Can't imagine how I could have been so stupid.
Oh, he says everything is simply wonderful. He has a splendid new part in a fine production, and he's working very hard. He's very excited about it and certain that it was the best thing to do.
Well...
And he says, darling, I miss you so much and pray for your recovery. Oh, Miss Clark, just as soon as I get well, I'm going to Hollywood to be with Larry. I'm going to surprise him. You won't believe his eyes. Oh, Larry, darling.
Mary Noble is too happy to notice Nurse Clark and Rupert Barlow exchange glances with raised eyebrows, for she now believes that everything will turn out happily for her little family. Be sure to be listening Monday to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, many of the nation's schools commence a new semester on Monday, and Madison High School, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English, is one of them. Although the others usually dispense with classes on the last day or two of the old term, Madison did not.
No, indeed. Our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, saw to that. In fact, he was quite chagrined when a cloudburst last Friday kept almost all of the student body at home. Even members of the faculty didn't get down, except a handful of teachers, me. Since Mr. Conklin didn't show up until quite late, I took it upon myself to dismiss the few soaked pupils who were floating around the halls. Saturday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
And what did Mr. Conklin say when you told him you had canceled school for the day, Connie?
He didn't say a word, Mrs. Davis, until he came down off the ceiling. Then he accused me of usurping his function as a principal and throwing a monkey wrench into his plan for getting the jump on the other schools.
What sort of plan did he have, Connie?
Well, he felt that schedules should be revised and classes assigned before the first day of the new semester. Hence, we have all been invited to appear at school today.
But this is Saturday, Connie. Mr. Conklin hasn't the authority to make anybody come to school.
He doesn't make anybody come. He's put it on a voluntary basis. For both the student body and the faculty, it's strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Come or die.
I can't understand some of you teachers, Connie. Why do you let Mr. Conklin drive you this way? What are you all? A bunch of geese?
I don't know about the others, but don't be surprised if some morning you find a feather by my empty bed. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've been in so much trouble with Mr. Conklin during the past term, I don't dare start the new one off on the wrong foot. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton. He's giving me a lift down to school. Come in, Walter.
It certainly is nice of Walter to call for you this morning.
Yes, it is, considering that I made it quite clear to him that his driving me was strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Be here or flunk.
Hi, Mrs. Davis. And to you, most revered and admired of all local educators, I bow deeply from the waist.
Thank you, and get your head out of the milk pitcher. Sit down, Walter. I'll pour you a glass.
Oh, thanks. Would you like something else, Walter?
What have you got?
Oh, cereal, eggs, sausage, bacon, toast.
That'll be fine.
Obviously, you haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Oh, that's right, Miss Brooks. Over an hour ago.
A growing boy should eat a lot, especially if you want to grow up and be big and strong like Hopalong Cassidy.
If Hopalong Cassidy ate like Walter, he'd never make it to the saddle.
That's a good one.
I'll go fix a nice plate for you, Walter. Oh, how do you take your eggs?
4 in the mouth and 6 intravenously.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you make me sound like a pig. Just scramble a few with some bacon and sausages, Mrs. Davis, please.
All right, dear.
Well, this is great. What better way to start off the day than a resounding second breakfast with my favorite school teacher?
For a kid who's going to school on Saturday, you sound pretty chipper, Walter.
But that's where you're wrong, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to school today. None of the students are. We held a mass meeting last night and decided that the only course to pursue was open rebellion.
What?
The issues are clear, Miss Brooks. If we let old Marblehead haul us into school today...
Now, just a minute, Walter. I won't have you referring to the principal of our school in such a disrespectful manner.
Well, sorry, Miss Brooks, but don't you see? If we submit to his demand that we attend school on Saturday, what's to prevent him from dragging us down on Sunday? Or even holidays? Oh, I can just picture it. Christmas weekend comes. Everybody's off having fun. But our principal decrees that we must spend every day of our vacation in school.
Old Marblehead wouldn't dare.
Don't you worry, Miss Brooks. Even though we all recognize this for the tyranny that it is, It is a short-lived tyranny. Our spokesman elected unanimously at last night's meeting will see to that.
Spokesman? Whom did you elect?
Let me be the first to congratulate you. What more logical choice may I add to slay the tyrant?
Now, wait a second, Walter. It just happens that I didn't renew my card in the Tyrant Slayers Union. I'm in enough hot water now for canceling school yesterday.
Well, that was different. It was an emergency. Plus which nobody was there anyway. But don't worry about it now. We can plan our campaign on the way down to school.
I thought you said you weren't going.
Of course I'm going. I'm in charge of the picket line. As one of the organizers of this rebellion, it's up to me to see that the protest meeting this morning goes off without a flaw.
Are you sure you've got the eyebrows for this kind of work?
Oh, we've got a great program lined up, Miss Brooks. Some of the kids are bringing a dummy down so we can hang Mr. Conklin in effigy.
But, Walter, that's a pretty violent way of protesting.
Oh, it'll all be in fun. Sort of. Well, even Mr. Conklin's daughter Harriet's on our side. So, here's the plan, Miss Brooks. First, we're going to have one last talk with Mr. Conklin. Then we're going to go out and hang the dummy. Well, what do you think of the scheme?
It's a dandy, Walter. Of course, it would be more effective if you had one last talk with the dummy and then went out... Oh, there I go with that wishful thinking. For a group who decided not to come to school today, there's quite a crowd on the campus.
I wonder where Stretch Snodgrass is. He's supposed to carry the dummy over to the flagpole.
As Madison's star athlete, he deserves the honor, but let me offer a word of caution, Walter.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to cast any aspersions on Stretch's mentality, but if he's carrying the dummy, be very careful who you string up.
Here he is now. Hiya, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
I made up a slogan for one of the picket signs, Walter, but I'm afraid it might be a teeny-weeny bit disrespectful. Want to hear it?
Sure. How does it go?
It goes, Mr. Conklin is very unfair. I'm going to wash that guy right out of my hair.
I don't think a slogan like that's too disrespectful. Do you, Miss Brooks?
Not if you want to finish your education in another part of the state.
The real fun will come later, Miss Brooks. We're going to hang Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
In a what?
In a figgy.
Will he fit in a figgy?
No, he means in effigy, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I kind of liked it the other way.
Yeah, I better get this thing now. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. Bye, Walter.
So long, pal. Well, everything's rolling right along. Let's see if Mr. Conklin got here yet.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Walter? Well, I just talked to Daddy, and he's livid. He blames you for the entire insurrection, Miss Brooks.
Me?
I tried to reason with him. I even told him that you weren't present when we named you our spokesman, although it was a foregone conclusion that you'd accept the honor with great enthusiasm.
That's getting me off the hook.
Daddy says if you hadn't canceled school yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. You're in an awful spot.
Gosh, I didn't mean to get you into such a jam, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm in it, and it's up to me to get out of it. Please don't think I'm a Benedict Arnold, but I'd better get up on the school steps and have a little talk with some of these strikers.
Well, it probably won't do any good, but I can't blame you for trying.
Students! Boys and girls, I'd like to talk to you for just a moment. Quiet, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all have as much pride in your school as any members of the faculty have, or as its principal, Mr. Conklin, has. Please, I'm just trying to tell you that by working for a few hours today, we can be prepared to launch our new semester on Monday with a minimum of confusion, thus assuring us of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all of the benefits and privileges which every American has come to see in.
And so, Miss Brooks, I hold you personally responsible for the fact that these malcontents are not in their classrooms yet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I really tried to...
Excuse me. This is Osgood Conklin's office. Mr. Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Conklin.
This is Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. How's every little
I've no
thing?
time for chit-chat. A rather disturbing rumor has reached me to the effect that you've summoned your student body to school today.
My student body?
You realize, of course, that such an action on your part without sanction from the board would constitute a breach of authority that could lead to your immediate dismissal?
Yes, of course. Now, I can't for the life of me imagine where these ridiculous rumors begin. Why, I'm here all alone. Not another soul in the office. Bless you.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, sir. My cat has a cold. But about that rumor, the only reason I'm in the office is to get out some letters.
Good. I thought you had better sense than to do anything that autocratic. Oh, by the way, Osgood, I'll be in your neighborhood in a little while. Perhaps I'll drop in to discuss some board matters with you.
Fine, Mr. Stone. That'll be just grand. I'll look forward to seeing you.
Very well. Goodbye, Osgood.
Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Well, Miss Brooks, sometimes everything happens for the best. Because of you, no child has set foot in this building as yet. Is that right?
I guess not, Mr. Conklin, but if you'll just wait until
I'll be frank with you, Miss Brooks. If they had come in, it could have meant my dismissal. I don't understand Mr. Stone's attitude, but, well, go out to your youthful charges and inform them that there is no school today.
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin.
You did it, Miss Brooks. I didn't think you could do it, but you did it.
What are you talking about, Denton?
Oh, she was wonderful, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks made a speech a few minutes ago that'll go down in Madison's history. Yes, sir. Every student is in his or her classroom right now. And believe me, Mr. Conklin, wild horses couldn't drag them out of this school today.
Well, Miss Brooks? You heard the boy. Thanks to your speech, wild horses couldn't drag them out of school today. And now, young woman, may I ask what you propose to do?
Step aside, Mr. Conklin.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I told Walter Denton to corral the students and herd them into the cafeteria. While I was waiting for them to assemble, I corralled Mr. Boynton and herded him into a corner table. Over a cup of coffee, I told him of Mr. Conklin's dilemma. As usual, Mr. Boynton was extremely sympathetic. So you see, if these kids don't go home at once, Mr. Conklin can get in big trouble with the board.
Well, that's his worry. Oh, he should have known better than to ask students to come to school on Saturday, let alone the faculty.
I wish he would, let alone the faculty. But we're in it now. At least I am, up to our necks. At least my neck. Fine English teacher.
I don't like to see you distressed about it. Now, look, when we do leave here, how about going someplace, just the two of us?
What sort of place did you have in mind, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know.
It's a date.
I thought maybe you'd enjoy the zoo again today. Now, I understand they've got a yak over there that's over 60 years old.
Honestly?
Yeah. That's pretty old for a yak, you know.
Oh, I know. Then Old yaks are so much more fun than young yaks, don't you think? Or don't you care? I know I don't.
Well, I got most of the kids in, Miss Brooks. Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Walter.
I'll hold this chair for you, Miss Brooks. Go ahead. Get up on it and make your speech.
Thanks, Walter. Students, attention, please. I've called you here for some very good news. You don't have to stay in school today.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, after your speech of this morning, we want to stay.
Don't you believe it? This, after all, is Saturday, a holiday, one to which you are not only entitled by law, but which is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights and every other document so carefully prepared to safeguard the interests of you, the future leaders of our great nation.
Hello?
Hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop in on you today after all. My wife's been driving my car all week, and it's pretty well shot.
Yes. Yes, I've seen her. Your car, that is. Your car. I'm sorry you can't drop in, though, Mr. Stone, but when you do pay us a visit, you'll find as smooth a running educational operation as there is in this country.
I'm sure of it, Osgood. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks for calling. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I told the students that they can go home any time they want to.
What? Have they left yet?
No, sir. Most of them are still in the cafeteria, but
They're going to pay for this morning's protest meeting. Mr. Stone isn't coming down after all. So you can just tell those recalcitrant mischief makers that they're staying here today until 4 p.m.
But, Mr. Conklin, I can't make another speech.
It's an order, Miss Brooks. Dismiss.
And so by working for a few hours today, we can be assured of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all the benefits and privileges which every American.
Gosh, Stretch, I don't like to cross Miss Brooks up, but we just got to get out of school today.
But we're all on detention, Walter. We got to stay till 4 p.m. What makes me mad, we didn't even get to burn Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
Yeah, I know it's Stretch. And... Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me an idea. Suppose we had a fire drill. Then when we all ran out of school, we could just forget to stop running until we got home.
Yeah, but the control for the fire alarm bell is in Mr. Conklin's office, and he ain't going to ring it for no reason.
Then let's give him a reason.
You mean start a fire?
No, not a real fire, Stretch. A fake one. We can get some dry ice in the cafeteria kitchen and drop it in a bucket of water. Oh, that makes the most beautiful smoke you ever saw. And then we just fan it under old Marblehead's door until it fills his office.
Then he comes out of his door and hits us with the bucket.
No, he doesn't. We remove the screws from his doorknob from the outside. And then when he tries to open the door, the knob comes away in his hand, and Conklin falls right on his conch.
Boy, you should get a scholarship.
So, Miss Brooks, you've informed the student body that they're all under detention until 4?
Yes, sir, I did. But suppose Mr. Stone does come over and discovers that you're keeping us all in school on a holiday.
Ah, but he won't, Miss Brooks. He has no way to get here. His car broke down.
Suppose he decided to walk over.
Walk over? That's ridiculous.
Well, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Stone.
I decided to walk over.
That's ridiculous. Hello, Mr. Stone. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Miss Brooks. I would have been here sooner, Osgood, but I dozed off for a few minutes in the park. I stopped to rest on my favorite bench, the one under Paul Revere's statue.
That is an extremely comfortable bench.
Such nice soft slats.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, what brought you to Old Madison today?
Old Mr. Conklin. That is, Mr. Conklin asked me to type some letters for him.
Yes, that's it. She's typing some letters for me.
But, I don't see any typewriter in here.
Well, it's in the next room.
In the next room?
I have very long arms. that we've finished, Mr. Conklin, why don't you drive Mr. Stone home instead of remaining in this stuffy old, empty old school?
A splendid idea. Come along, Mr. Stone.
Not so fast, Osgood. There are several things that... what's that? There must be someone loitering in the hall.
Impossible. There's no one in school today.
But I'd swear I just saw that doorknob turning.
Turning into what?
And what's that? Swirling in under the door.
Oh, that's nothing but smoke.
Yes, that's all it is. Just smoke.
Oh, of course. That's all it is. Smoke.
Smoke! Good heavens, the school's on fire.
Let's get out of here. Follow me.
Oh! The doorknob came away in his hand.
Oh, let me help you up, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone? He fell on the back of his head, Mr. Conklin. He's unconscious.
Quick, Miss Brooks. Crawl through the window, run around, and open the door from the outside. I'll try to revive Mr. Stone.
Yes, sir.
Smoke's getting pretty thick in here. I can hardly see you, Miss Brooks.
I can't see you at all, Mr. Conklin. I never could.
Gosh, Walter, we've been fanning smoke under that door for 5 minutes now, and he ain't rung the fire alarm yet.
Relax, Stretch. With the fog he's in, it'll take him a little while to notice the smoke.
You don't think Mr. Conklin has become expiaxicated, do you?
No, that would be too much to hope for.
But if he is expiaxicated, maybe we ought to open the door and haul him out of there.
Please, let's not spoil a perfectly good expiation.
Miss Brooks!
We're cooked.
Oh, it's not a real fire, Miss Brooks. It's just dry ice and water, see? We were trying to get Mr. Conklin to ring the fire alarm so we could escape from school in the confusion. Oh, there's a lot you can do on Saturday on the outside.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, now that you caught us, what are you going to do?
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Gee, you're a swell sport, Miss Brooks. You think you'll ring the alarm pretty soon?
Maybe he needs a little encouragement. Keep up your courage, Mr. Conklin. I'm fighting my way through the flames.
You're right, that old Marblehead.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Scare him some more.
I'm trying to reach you, Mr. Conklin, but the heat is terrific.
Perhaps I could get you a nice, cool lemonade, Miss Brooks.
Oh, not right now, thanks. I've got to keep fanning this dry ice and...
Now, Miss Brooks, if you're quite finished fighting your way through the flames...
You got here in the nick of time, Mr. Conklin. I just put the fire out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I better be getting back to my classroom now.
Yeah, me too.
Stand where you are, you culprits!
Why, Mr. Conklin, you should thank these boys for what they've done.
Thank them?
Certainly. When Walter and Stretch realized the trouble you'd get into with Mr. Stone, they took this means of detaining him until the students were cleared out.
Sure. As long as Mr. Stone is locked in there, you're safe.
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
Pour some more water on that dry ice, Snodgrass. You, Denton, see that all the classrooms are emptied and report back to me.
Yes, sir. I'll clear them out nice and flat.
Mr. Stone will have to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart old Marblehead. I'll be promised.
I don't think you're getting enough smoke under the door, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, this newspaper's too flexible. Get me something firmer to fan the smoke with.
Perhaps you'd like to use my hat, Mr. Conklin?
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Thank you. That should work much better than this. Thank you, Mr. Stone!
Mr. Conklin, I will discuss this matter with you privately in your office.
But, Mr. Stone...
Follow me, sir.
Oh!
Mr. Stone!
The doorknob came away in his hand again. Mr. Stone, say something. He's unconscious. Miss Brooks, what do I do now?
In an emergency like this, there's only one thing to do. Run, do not walk to the nearest employment agency.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to our luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Stone knocked himself out for the second time, I did some pretty fast thinking and came up with a desperation tactic. Recalling his remark that he had dozed on a park bench, I enlisted the aid of Mr. Boynton, and we hauled the head of the board over to the statue of Paul Revere.
Oh, he's still out cold, Miss Brooks. I'll try the smelling salts again. There.
Put them away, Mr. Boynton. He's coming, too. Wake up, Mr. Stone. Wake up.
Huh? What's that? Oh, Miss Brooks. About that fire. If you'll step into Mr. Conklin's office... Mr. Conklin's office? Where is it? Good heavens, the school is burned down.
School? What school?
Now, listen, Miss Brooks, when I first saw you today...
Today? Why, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, Mr. Stone. Since there was no school today, Mr. Boynton and I decided to stroll through the park.
Yes, sir. And when we saw you dozing, we thought we'd better awaken you before you rolled off that bench.
Bench? What? Oh, I do remember stopping to rest, but Oh, what a nightmare I've just had.
Maybe you'd better go home and get some real rest, Mr. Stone.
Excellent suggestion. I'll go right home and... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
How did I get this doorknob in my hand?
Doorknob?
Oh, that. That must have fallen from Paul Revere's statue.
From Paul Revere's statue?
Of course. With the British coming, he was in an awful rush.
Next week, tune into another Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Bill Johnstone, and Leonard Smith.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Today, more than ever before, America's security depends upon us as individuals. And if we really care what happens to us, our children, our country, we must at any cost defy vicious racial and religious biases from those around us. For unless we do, we will be a people divided, our claims of freedom and democracy only empty gestures. Let's work together as a team to keep the freedom we all enjoy.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One moment, please. Good evening from the White House in Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My fellow citizens, tonight, although I am speaking to the whole nation, I am thinking of my hometown. And I hope as you listen, each one of you will think of your hometown. I speak for the American community and for two great organizations that grew out of it and are a part of it, the Community Chest and the United Service Organizations. The Community Chest inspires all citizens to work together and give together for the health and happiness of the whole community. And the USO is one of the most notable examples in our day of a generous community spirit which goes beyond the hometown boundaries. A spirit which brings the universal hometown touch to millions of servicemen and women who are far from home. During these next few weeks, in cities and towns all over this country, more than 1 million volunteers, men and women, will ask their fellow citizens to give generously to a great project, that of raising $170 million by voluntary gifts to maintain the work of Community Chest Red Feather Health and Welfare Services. We must continue to provide neighborhood services and neighborhood hospitality to our home folks still away from home. Our people still engaged in the unfinished business of the war need the USO. That is why, at the urgent request of General Eisenhower, Admiral Nimitz, General Bradley, and the servicemen and women themselves, I have personally asked the USO to continue its work through 1947. Picture to yourself the folks served by the USO. There is your hometown veteran lying in the hospital with a fractured spine, or having his face remodeled to remove the effects of a Jap or Nazi shell, or learning to use artificial arms or legs. USO camp shows come to his bedside regularly with entertainment and cheer. There are more than 200,000 men like him in the Army, Navy, and Veterans Hospitals. There's the young soldier just inducted, not very sure of himself. He needs a place to relax, to have good, honest fun, a place where he can meet the kind of men and women you would want him to meet at home. The USO provides that place. There are the servicemen and women overseas, longing for the little things that mean home. There are the soldiers and sailors on pass or furlough who need lodgings or a snack to eat between trains. There are the service wives and families traveling to meet their loved ones. Those are the people you help when you give to the USO. I like the campaign slogan this year, everybody gives, everybody benefits. It marks a significant change in our thinking about the word charity. Today, our contributions to the Community Chest are not alms given by the wealthy few to the poor. This government, through its public welfare program, has long since accepted this responsibility to see that no citizen need face hunger, unemployment, or a destitute old age. The word charity has regained its old true meaning, that of goodwill toward one's fellow man, of brotherhood, mutual help, of love. Our Community Chest contributions will go to the needy only in the sense that we are all needy at some time in some way. Children need the shelter of home and loving care. Boys and girls need helpful outlets for young energies. Old age needs comfort and kindness. Everyone may at some time need red feather services. Their presence in your community means that your needs and those of your neighbors will be met. There is another important thing that we need. We need to demonstrate to ourselves and to the world that unity and goodwill are not just words, that they really work and mean what they say. In your own hometown, the success of the Community Chest campaigns is convincing proof that they do. Here you will find the very elements of unity toward which the United Nations are even now patiently striving. In your Community Chest campaign, you will find people of all religious creeds, all political parties and racial backgrounds, in all walks of life, united in a common purpose. Here, indeed, people find common ground, They forget the many small things that divide them. They remember the one great thing that unites them, their common humanity. As President of the United States, I urge prompt, wholehearted, and universal support of your local community chest and USO campaign. Let us set the rest of the world an example in community cooperation. Let us all give, and give generously in response to these two great appeals.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Ellsworth A. Roberts. As National President of the Community Chests of America, I know that all over this country tonight, the men and women who have volunteered to conduct these great campaigns for human welfare have listened to your words of encouragement and leadership. I am sure that tomorrow they will redouble their efforts for the benefit of everyone in and from their communities, including the men, women, and children who look to the Red Feather Services for comfort, protection, and guidance, and to the USO services for good fellowship, cheer, and entertainment. Your words tonight will stimulate each of us to do our utmost to make these campaigns succeed for the benefit of millions of Americans. We are happy that these services continue to receive their inspiration from the President of the United States.
You have heard the President of the United States and Mr. Ellsworth A. Roberts, President of the Community Chests and Councils, speaking in behalf of this year's appeal for funds for the Community Chest and United Service Organizations. The program came to you from the White House in Washington. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
The Rolling Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Golden Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Rolling Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Good.
Say, you look a little worn out. What have you been doing?
Well, I've been shopping. I went to 3 meat markets.
Did you get anything?
Yeah, I got 3 steaks, 4 pork chops, and a few other post-picture cards. Picture post. No, all I got was a lot of fresh air and a hysterical laugh from the butcher. Hey, I must be getting funnier.
Really?
Yeah, I said to the butcher, I like a nice leg of lamb. I tell you, I thought the guy'd die laughing.
Well, butchers are getting independent nowadays.
You said it, boy. They don't take orders from anybody. After seeing what $1 steak looks like, I know what they mean by small fry now.
I wish the old days would return. I remember when $2 would get you half a cow.
Yeah, now for $2, the butcher will give you a quick smell at the meat hook. Look, I know one butcher that's selling meat so high that every time he opens the icebox door, the tongue gives him a Bronx cheer.
See, remember in the old times how the butcher used to give you a short pound by putting his thumb on the scale?
Yeah, but they don't do that anymore, though. Somebody'd wrap up their thumb. meat nowadays,
Well, I hear in some places people are eating horse meat.
Really? Mm-hmm. No wonder I ran for the bus this morning and caught it in 130 flat.
Well, you haven't been eating horse meat.
I don't know. Now I come to think of it, what he wrapped up was in a racing form.
You say you went to 3 markets?
Yeah, the first place, the second place, everyone was so desperate I didn't go in. I saw one guy eating his wallet because it was stamped genuine cowhide. Oh, no. No kidding. My mother's been trying to fry the buffalo on a nickel. No kidding. There was one lady standing there looking at a lamb chop, and her mouth was watering so bad it caused a flood in Texas.
Red, things aren't that bad.
Don't you kid yourself. One butcher shop I looked into, I was afraid to go in. I saw 2 coal miners putting ketchup on the butcher.
Well, what happened at the third market?
I'm proud of that. They ain't in here.
What happened at the third market?
Well, nothing. I think it was a black market. $1.10 per pound for T-bone.
Well, that's not bad for a T-bone.
Yeah, but for $1.10, I like a little meat on the bone.
Oh.
I'll settle for some synthetic meat myself.
Well, I've been eating Spam.
Spam? You mean Sabotage M1?
Well, have you ever had Spam? Say, have you ever had Spam?
No, I was a colonel in the Army. Let me give you a little tip. Careful how you use that word around the veterans, see. There's some of them not quite as understanding as others. You know.
Boys ate a lot of it, huh?
Ate it? Supposed to eat it? No wonder that girl in Italy was so friendly.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Star of Benedict Bolger's picture, Diary of a Chambermaid, Paulette Goddard says, quote,
I saw the facts with my own eyes, and it's true. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Raleigh. From now on, Raleigh is my choice.
Right, Paulette Goddard. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
9:03, Anita.
9:03, Red.
And now Anita Ellis will sing the September song.
But the days grow short when you reach September, when the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame. One hasn't got for the waiting game. Oh, the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you.
right, Anita. 903, right?
903, Red.
Tonight, from Volume 2 of the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, the story is about people who feel the things they do is unimportant. Our characters are fictional. If they resemble anyone close to you, get away from them quick. Chapter 10 is entitled To the Store and Back. Have you ever heard someone say, nothing ever happens to me, nothing ever exciting's happened to me? Well, if you can just keep them talking for about 10 minutes, you'll discover that there isn't anything that hasn't happened to them. And so it is with Junior, the mean little kid.
Hello? Oh, Joe, I was about to call you. Has Junior been there? He has. He did. He did? Oh, you were going to have the store redecorated anyhow. And he was 25 cents short? Well, thank you for giving him the groceries anyway. Oh, I wonder what's keeping him so long. Maybe he's lost. Oh, I mustn't think things like that. I've had my good luck for this week.
Grandma, Coat of War is home. Now, I got home early, too.
Where did you go?
Just to the grocery store and right back. I went to the grocery store, and there's a big line of people there watching the turkey get dressed. You know, I bet that old turkey was just embarrassed to death, you know.
Well, did you get the groceries?
Yeah, most of them are out in the little wagon outside the door.
Most of them?
Yeah.
Where are the rest?
Inside me.
What did you eat? The box of cookies or the chocolate bar?
Both.
Oh, dear. I don't know who causes me the most trouble, you or your grandfather.
Well, I would say it's about 50-50. You have to put us both to bed every night, you know. Which reminds me, Gramps was out all night, wasn't he?
Your grandfather got home at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but he was out.
That's enough.
Boy, them groceries sure was funny.
They weren't either.
Well, then I wasn't bow-legged when I left here, you know.
By the way, did you get your grandfather's paper?
No, they was all out of racing for him. So I got him a comic book. I love comic books. That's where they preview the Army's new secret weapons, you know.
And, did you get your grandfather's medicine?
Yes, I did, but that's the first cough syrup I've ever seen in a pinch bottle.
Now, never mind. It cured his cough, didn't it?
Yeah, it cured his cough, but it gave him a dandy case of hiccups. Oh, look what I got for your cocoa. Look. Colored marshmallows. Ain't they pretty?
They aren't marshmallows. They're powder puffs.
They is? Well, no wonder they were so tough. Here, let me carry something, Grandma. Now, don't you strain yourself. Here, I'll carry the bottle of milk.
No, I'll carry it.
No, I'll carry it.
Junior!
Okay, go ahead. You carry it. I'll carry this package over here.
Junior! Stop tearing the bottom out of that grocery bag.
Well, I relax. I only want to see what's inside of it. Well, what do you know? It's empty. And it felt so heavy a while ago.
Now you're going to get it.
You hit me. You got me up from you.
What's the thing more?
You'll find out in court,
Speaking of court, maybe you'd better get a lawyer.
What?
The man at the grocery store told me that you were 25 cents short.
Oh, he did he?
Yes, he did.
That man at the grocery store seems to get pretty free and easy with his loose talk. He better watch his step or he's going to find mothballs in his rock candy again.
Julia, did you lose the quarter?
What do lose mean?
You know what it means.
It's a fib. I didn't feel it. May I never live to put more itching powder in Grandpa's store teeth if I did. And I didn't do it now, really.
You know I have ways to make you tell what happened to
Oh,
that
no,
little
no, no.
bastard.
Not the hairbrush.
Get up off the floor.
Don't beat me.
Stop banging your head on the floor. You want to wear out the rug?
You just don't trust me, you know.
Yes, I do.
You know you don't. You just a fair weather friend, that's
Oh,
all.
bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Don't cry. Come, tell Grandma what happened to the quarter. Now, you know we need every cent nowadays to meet the higher cost of living, Junior.
Oh, you don't have to meet it. Nowadays, it overtakes you.
If you tell the truth, there's an awfully good picture playing at the Idle Hour movie.
Double feature?
Yes.
Peter Lawford?
Yes.
Murder mystery?
Yes.
Lot of shooting?
Yes.
Wouldn't walk across the street this way. They're too noisy. They keep me awake, they does, you know.
Junior, you're sure you only went to the store and right back?
Yes, and I lost a quarter.
Well, suppose we go back over the same path that you took to the store and then come back home. Maybe we'll find that quarter. Come on. Are you sure you came this way?
Yes, 'cause there's a little mud puddle that I pushed that mean little kid in. He fell into it when I pushed him.
Oh, no. You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. You see that crummy little
You mean,
guy?
Junior, you accidentally brushed against someone and they fell into the poodle?
Yes, the puddle. No, that's all right. You can say poodle. It's been raining cats and dogs out. Yes?
Did you push the little boy into the mud puddle?
Yes. Hey, Grandma, when I old enough to go to school, let's suppose we'll start together, huh? No, yes, I pushed him.
You pushed him in with his good clothes on?
Well, he didn't have time to take them off.
Now, why did you have to go out of your way to do a thing like that?
Well, it was only a block out of my way, you know. And I saw the poodle there, and I wanted to push him in.
And you told me you just went to the store and right back.
Oh, well, I didn't think you wanted all the gruesome details, you know.
Careful crossing the street, Junior.
No, I will, because there's a lot of tourists here from out of town. And they're not used to these California drivers, you know.
Oh, look, there's been an automobile accident.
Yes.
Look at those three cars all jammed together.
One on top of each other. Look like a Detroit totem pole.
Goodness, Junior. How did you ever get across the street in safety?
Oh, it was easy. I just blew my police whistle and they stopped the cars and everything. Watch, I'll show you how it works. Look at that Chrysler Town and Country all over the city. Look.
Yes, give me that whistle.
Oh, you think you can do better, huh? Take it, go ahead.
Oh, now here comes a policeman.
Yeah, he's a no friend of mine, he is.
Oh, it's you, you little monster.
All my friends call me by my middle name, you know.
Look, Sonny, I thought I told you about blowing that whistle.
I didn't hear you tell him not to.
You weren't here when he caused that other accident.
Junior, come here.
No, don't whip me, don't whip me. We're only halfway to the store. Goodness, wait till we get there and then let me have it all at once.
You mean I have more surprises to look forward to?
Well, unless you're not the practical type of a person, yes.
Look, lady, you better keep him off the street or I'm going to run him in.
I don't care. Lock me up. I don't care. Put me in a jail. I don't care. Feed me on bread and water. Tie the key to me cell on a rabbit's foot and turn him loose. Put me in a chamber and give me the old cyanide pill. I don't care. Oh, no. No.
Oh, what's the matter?
I scared myself.
Come on. Oh, are you going to get it?
No. I got it coming to me, though. But if I get my wish, I won't get a whipping.
What wish?
The one I made when I spit on that horseshoe I found and threw over my shoulder.
You threw a horseshoe over your shoulder?
Yes. Careful you don't cut your feet on that broken glass there, Grandma.
Oh, there you are. Is this your grandmother?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Don't talk to her. She's not very friendly, Grandma.
Junior, now you apologize to that lady.
She don't want an apology. She wants some Midsummer. That's what she wants.
To be exact, $45 to replace that window he broke.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Well, I didn't break it all. Just that little hole in the middle part.
Junior, I'll have to pay you for the damages later.
Oh, let her stew. She insulted me. She said I was so spoiled I wouldn't keep till morning. Come on, let's go. We'll try to find the quarter.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to take another step.
No. Uh-oh. He's still there. Come on, Grandma. Let's cross the street. Them bells hurt me ears, Kate.
Since when have bells on ice cream wagons disturbed you?
No, I don't know. Just sort of come on sudden like. I just heard any kind of bells, you know.
Ice cream, nice tutti frutti.
Yeah, it's more tooty than fruity, though.
Oh, howdy, little boy. Well, are you back for another one?
Another one?
Tattletale.
Boy, does that kid like ice cream. He ate 5 bars without stopping.
Not so loud.
Junior, did you hear what the man said?
Yes, I heard him.
You did?
You heard him too, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I heard him.
With both my ears.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, who are you going to believe, me or your ears?
25 cents worth of ice cream.
Oh, it won't hurt him. Ice cream is good for kids.
Yeah.
It'll make them healthy and give them rosy cheeks.
Yeah, well, you stick around, Bub. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and don't forget the community chest. The boys are still in the service. They did a job. We can't forget them. Bye now. Thanks for listening.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burly blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home, sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
903, Rod.
903, Red. Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny next Friday night and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
And 903.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
The Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure, with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney.
Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, stop that yelling. What have you got in that box under your arm?
Abbott, I bought myself some nice green shorts. I love green shorts. Abbott, in fact, I've got a pair on right now.
You dropped your package, Costello. Pick it up. Costello, you lied to me. You're not wearing green shorts. You're wearing purple.
Abbott, if you had to squeeze all the way around what my shorts have to squeeze all the way around, you'd be purple, too.
Well, never mind that. Where were you all day yesterday?
Well, I was out at the racetrack. I had a hunch on a good horse.
Did you put the clock on him?
Yes, but he kept kicking it off.
Talk sense. What do you know about horses?
Abbott, I was born on a horse.
How could you be born on a horse?
The stork refused to carry me.
Did you bet on any horses?
Yes, I bet on a horse that finished first in the 7th race. Boy, am I mad.
He finished first in the 7th race, and you're mad? Why?
The horse started in the 4th race. But it was still a thrill, Abbott, to see him with all 6 legs driving across the finish line.
6 legs?
Six legs!
Wait a minute. How come 6 legs were driving him across the finish line?
Short horse, tall jockey. Well, Abbott, I've got to get down to the city hall now.
What for?
I made a speech down there this morning, and they presented me with the key.
What are you going back for?
Well, I washed my hands. I've got to get the key back.
Oh, quiet.
Before the boys get rolling into high gear, here's a fellow with a special message for you.
Last night, Costello, and you weren't home. Where did you go?
Well, I was stepping out with Susan Miller. I took her to the Little Coconut Grove.
The Little Coconut Grove? Where is that?
It's in the basement of the regular nightclub, the Coconut Grove.
That's a fine place to take Susan Miller. Did you go anyplace else?
Oh, yes. Then we went to her house and we sat on the sofa and she read to me out of the Encyclopedia Britannica. She's been reading it to me for over 2 years.
Encyclopedia Britannica? That doesn't sound very interesting.
For the first 2 years it wasn't, but this year... we're up to the birds and the bees.
Birds and the bees? That's ridiculous. That's the kind of stuff they tell kids to teach them about life. Didn't your mother ever tell you about the birds and the bees?
Yes, and I took her seriously. I made a fool of myself.
What do you mean?
The next night I went to a dance and everybody laughed at me. I was the only guy there dancing with a woodpecker.
A woodpecker?
Yes, sir. And right after the dance, I took the woodpecker home. I was walking through the woods, and a ferocious skunk attacked me.
Well, you're more than a match for a skunk. Did you let him have it?
Well, it was about even.
Costello, why can't you be serious? Why can't you do something worthwhile, something to help people?
I did. Our neighbor's wife ran away, and she was gone for 6 months, and I went out and found her and brought her back to her husband.
Did her husband give you anything for bringing her back?
Yes, they're taking the stitches out of my head tomorrow.
Hey, you Lou Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I've got some pictures I'd like to show you here. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the entrance to Griffith's Park.
Yeah, well, who's that going into the park?
That's me.
And who's the girl with you?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the fountain in Griffith Park.
Well, who's that standing beside the fountain?
That's me.
And who's that you got your arm around?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
That's a bench in the park.
Who's that sitting on the bench?
That's me.
And who's the girl you're kissing?
That's Myrtle.
Yeah? Well, Myrtle, I'm Myrtle's husband. What are you going to do about it?
I'll take a dozen of these, 6 of those, and have this one enlarged.
Oh, you're a wise guy, huh? Well, I'll be out in the alley waiting for you after the show.
Okay, if you want to get tough. Okay. But remember, don't bring any of your gang out there to help you.
That's okay with me. I'll be there alone.
You're darn right, because I ain't going to be there. Have a step, you folks. You'll do anything to get a laugh. Why don't you get him a job at the filling station?
Oh, what could Norman do at a filling station?
With that big nose of his, he could replace a gas pump.
Now, wait a minute. He has a very sensitive nose. He can stand 3 feet from a table and smell cheese.
With that nose, he could stand 3 feet away and cut it.
Costello, Norman comes from my wife's branch of the family. You know, my wife and Norman both have the same nose, and they're very proud of that nose.
Well, there's enough there for both of them to be proud of. Believe me.
Why, you little high-hipped, hypocritical hippopotamus. I heard what you
Bigger
said.
type they need. Bigger type.
I heard what you said about me.
Costello, apologize to my wife.
I'm sorry I said anything about your nose, Mrs. Abbott. After all, lots of families have big noses.
Oh, well, that's all right, Costello. Do big noses run in your family?
Only in the wintertime. Don't bandy words with me, Mrs. Abbott. I'm as sharp as a horse. Let's face it.
Yes, you're the biggest horse face I ever saw.
Costello, you money, you certainly got a head on your shoulders.
Too bad it isn't on our neck.
Oh, you should talk. Get a look at your hands. They're all thumbs.
I can't help that. I'm a retired pin sitter. You should see my toes. I only got 8 toes.
Only 8 toes?
You see, I come from a very poor family.
And you also come from a very ugly family.
Yes. Your Aunt May is the ugliest woman in Patterson, New Jersey. How did your Uncle Mike ever marry her?
It wasn't his fault. When he met her, she was catching for the Detroit Tigers, and she didn't take her mask off until after the wedding.
Buddy dear, tell him how you met me.
Honey, the day I met you, you fell straight from heaven.
Yes, it looks like she landed on her face.
Oh, you should talk, you puffed up pickle-puss pelican.
Now, honey, Costello can't help it if he's ugly. There's nothing to do about it.
Well, he can stay home. He doesn't have to roam around.
For your information, Mrs. Abbott, my face and Gregory Peck's face came from the same mold.
Yes, but yours is moldier than his. So long, Tubby. See you later.
You'd better be careful what you say to my wife, Costello. She's a pretty powerful woman.
Yes, she's got a lot of muscle.
Oh. She got those from training. All her life, my wife has wanted to be a boxer.
Well, she got a good start. She looks like an Airedale already.
Ah, there you are, gentlemen. Gather around close, step right up. I'm selling the wonder medicine, Dr. Hiccup's Magic Pickup.
How does it work?
Well, you take a drink. First you hiccup, then you pick up.
What do you pick up?
Your hat. It falls off when you hiccup.
Who lets these people in here anyway? Now, get out of the studio. It's the policy.
Policy, fine. I got just what you want. Policy, the latest policy from the Hollywood Life Insurance Company.
Look,
Here.
I don't want any insurance. Now, get out of the studio.
You don't want any insurance?
No.
Shame on you. Suppose you drop dead tomorrow. What's going to happen to your wife?
I'm not married.
Not married? I represent the Searsucker Matrimonial Agency of Schenectady, New York. Here you are, girls in all walks of life. I can let you have a blonde, 2'2", with eyes of blue. Give you a redhead with beautiful pearly teeth. A nice brunette with skin like a peach.
All right. I got plenty of girls.
Hey, how would you like to have one with a face for a change?
Now, get out of the studio, will you? You give me a headache.
Headache? Fine. Here you are. I sell aspirin tablets. There you are. Take 2 of these tablets, and here's a glass of water. Come on now. Drink the glass of water. Drink it right down. That's the boy. Ha-ha. Fine. Oops. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, my dear man. I made a mistake that time. I shouldn't have slapped you on the back. I made you spit out some of that water. Here. What was that fell out of your mouth here? What was it? One of the aspirin tablets?
No, it's dropped one of my teeth.
Teeth. I represent Dr. Bergman, the friendly dentist. Walk up 2 flights and save $10.
Get out of the studio. It's guys like you that are making me lose my hair.
Losing your hair? I sell hair tonic.
Get out of the studio.
It's the finest kind of hair tonic in the world.
Will you get out of the studio?
Don't risk it. Drunk that hair tonic. You put that on your head. My dear man, that hair tonic is wonderful. It'll grow hair on a billiard ball.
Grows hair on a billiard ball?
Yeah. Of course, it slows up the game a little, but it's great stuff. That's wonderful hair tonic. I've been using that stuff on my head for 15 years.
You've been using hair tonic?
Yep.
And the back of your head looks like an empty parking lot. I've seen more hair on 10 cents worth of bacon. Will you get out of the studio? If you don't get out of here and leave me alone, I'll kill myself.
Suicide. Good. I sell revolvers. Here you are. Here's our radio comedian special. There you are, the radio comedian special. This gun is guaranteed to kill anybody living with one shot.
It will kill anybody with one shot?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, shoot it.
Okay.
$5.
Here's the $5. Give me the gun.
There you are, right there. Oh. What's the matter?
How do you like that? I fired a shot and you're still up. I didn't even kill you.
Well, certainly I sell bulletproof vests. Here's one right here.
Get her out of here.
Well, they deserved a breather after that one, so let's take a minute right about now to listen to this. Man, there is a woman. And here is Susan Miller, singing star of the Abbott and Costello show, announcing her availability as she sings the latest Robin and Arlen musical hit.
For every man, there's a woman. For every life, there's a plan. And wise men know it was ever so since the world began. Woman was made for man. Where is he? Where is the lover for me? For every prince, there's a princess. For every Joe, there's a Joe. And if you wait, you will meet your mate, born for you alone. Happy to be your own. Where is he? Where is the lover for me? Find the one, then together you can find the sun. For every heart there's a moment, for every hand of love.
big, so worried?
Well, I must have made a mistake on my income tax last month. I just got a letter from Washington.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people get letters from Washington.
Containing a floor plan of Alcatraz?
Quit worrying about yourself.
I ain't worrying about myself. I'm worrying about my Uncle Mike. He got knocked down by a truck, and on the way to the hospital, the ambulance crashed into a brick wall. When he got to the hospital, he fell off the operating table and fractured both his legs. This morning, he broke a mirror.
So what?
You think he'll have bad luck?
Don't worry about him. The doctors will fix him up. Modern surgery is wonderful.
Yes. Last year, my Aunt May lost her big toe, and they grafted some skin off her nose and made her a new one.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Only now, every time she wants to sneeze, she's got to take off her shoe.
Forget about your relatives. They're just a bunch of lazy loafers.
They are not. My brother Pat is working.
What does he do?
He's a snob in a barber shop.
What does a snob do in a barber shop?
He brushes people off.
Oh, dog sense. Why don't you get yourself a job? It's about time you started working.
Look, I don't have to work, Abbott. I'm a horse player. I got a system. I play the jockeys. Yesterday, I bid on Midgie Shields, the greatest jockey in the world.
Did he win?
He's the fastest jockey in the business.
Well, did he win?
He come in third.
Well, that's not so fast.
It is when you consider that his horse came in eighth.
You idiot. You can't make any money at the racetrack.
Oh, I don't know. I had a pretty good day at the track yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, a fella gave me a ride home. I think some of them races are fixed, Abbott.
Why do you say that?
Well, one horse was carrying a jockey that weighed 200 pounds. They had lead weights hanging on his saddle. His tail was tied to the starting gate.
Well, what makes you think the race was fixed?
That horse won.
That settles it. You're going to quit fooling around and get a job.
Well, hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller. Costello, tomorrow's Susan's birthday. What are you going to get her?
Oh, I could give you a hint on something I need, Costello.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it's something warm and soft. It's something a girl needs on a cool evening. And when she puts it on, everybody stares at her.
Now, where am I going to get a hot water bottle with sleeves?
Costello, you've got to give Susan something for her birthday.
I know. Susan, I'll get you a sterling silver back scratcher.
A sterling silver back scratcher? I wouldn't have any use for that.
Why?
Well, very few people have sterling silver backs. So I'll scratch them.
She's mad at me because I took her driving last night and we parked near Malibu Beach. And then we went into the water.
Swimming on such a cold night? You don't think. If you thought about it, you wouldn't have gone in the water in the first place.
If I'd have thought about it, I wouldn't have let the car roll off the cliff.
I don't blame Susan for treating you like she does. You're stupid and you're lazy. I don't think you ever worked in your life.
Oh, I did so. I once worked at a chemical factory. One night, just before quitting time, I mixed a batch of TNT with DDT and nitroglycerine, and I put in a small flame under it and went home. The next day, I couldn't go to work.
Why not?
I couldn't find the factory.
Well, enough of this nonsense. Here's the one-hand section of the paper. Now, look it over and find yourself a job.
Okay. Hey, this sounds like a job I could handle. Wanted salesman to sell Up Kid.
What's up, kid?
Nothing much. What's up with you? Hey, this sounds like a job for me. Wanted man to head atomic division of nuclear interplanetary visualization of microscopic molecules in radar department. No experience necessary.
You mean it? Give me that paper. Hey, look at this. There's a whole column of jobs for babysitters. Now, I'm going to get you a job as a babysitter. Come on. Let's grab that bus. Whistle for the bus to stop.
Did you whistle for me?
I whistled for the bus.
You did not. That was a dog whistle. I know, because I used to be a dog. I used to be a St. Bernard dog.
What happened? Did you lose your liquor license?
Young man, you're not a St. Bernard.
Oh, no. I've been going to a doctor. I used to be a St. Bernard, but I'm not a St. Bernard anymore. I'm much better now. Now I'm a Pekingese.
Never mind him, Costello. Whistle for the bus.
Huh? Oh, you shouldn't have whistled like that.
The doctor warned me. You shouldn't have...
All right, Costello, let's run for the ride. Well, Costello, here's the first place that advertised for a babysitter. Go ahead, knock on the door.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Get a load of this gorgeous dame, Abbott. Pardon me, miss. What did you say?
I said, what can I do for you?
Lady, Costello wants a job sitting with your baby.
But I don't have any children.
I'll wait.
There must be some mistake. The ad in the paper said a babysitter was wanted at this address.
Oh, that must be for Mrs. Jones on the 7th floor.
Abbott, you go up to the 7th floor and I'll stay here with this lady.
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll stay here with this lady and you go up to the 7th floor.
That's different. I'll be right back.
How do you like that? After 20 years, that line finally worked.
Ah, you're so clever. And you're handsome, too.
And you, fair lady, you're the quintessence of loveliness. Your azure, you and eyes are like the languorous waters of the fabulous Nile. Your ruby lips are like the fiery rubies from the Tibetan mines of the Genghis Khan.
How can you say that?
I got riders who went to college.
You're so romantic.
I'm crazy about you. And that's something I don't tell every girl.
Why?
I don't know every girl.
I think I'm going to give you a kiss.
Ain't you afraid of them new kissing germs?
Kissing germs?
Ain't you heard of virus sex?
Costello, that job on the 7th floor is taken. Come on, we're going to answer the next ad.
Oh, before you leave, Chubby, I'm going to kiss you goodbye. Come here.
We're off again.
How's that?
Hey.
I'll kiss you again. And again.
Meet my friend, she'll knock your head off.
Costello, I'm getting tired of all this.
How do you like that? I'm doing all the work. He's getting tired.
Well, here's the house that had the second ad for the babysitter. I hope the job's still open.
Well, what do you mugs want?
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this guy. Look, he's holding the baby.
Lots of men hold babies.
In their mouths?
Quiet, I'll handle this. We came here in answer to your ad. Costello wants to be a babysitter.
All right, come on in. I'll introduce you to the baby. Junior, this fat guy is going to be your babysitter.
Hey. I think he likes you, Costello.
Okay, then. Now, get away from that baby, Costello.
Don't touch the baby. Don't touch the baby.
Behave yourself. He seems to like you, Costello, so you get the job. Every hour you give the baby a spoonful of cod liver oil like this. Here, Junior, take the oil. How do you like that? Spits it out every time. Junior, here's another spoonful. Take it or I'll give it to Costello.
I like to see you do it.
Oh, no.
Now, take the cod liver oil.
No, I don't want that stuff. I don't want it, no.
Open your mouth, Costello. Here.
No.
Now, and the next time you refuse to take the cod liver oil, this is what you're going to get. Come here, Costello. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Junior, just you watch what I do to Costello.
Oh.
Abbott!
Well, Costello, this farm is the last ad on the list for babysitters.
Well, boys, did you come for the job of babysitter? It's still open.
Abbott, you take this job. I don't ever want to see another babysitter.
No, all right. I'll sit with the baby, mister. Have you got anything Costello can do?
Why, sure, Mr. Abbott. You sit with the baby, and Costello can clean out the chicken coops. I'll be back from town in a couple of hours.
Well, I got my work all done. I wonder how Abbott is doing with the baby.
Ah, hello.
Hello. You're pretty. Who are you?
I'm the baby. Who are you?
I'm the jerk who cleaned out the chicken coops.
Stick around. The boys aren't quite through with you yet. They'll be back after a final thought on this subject. Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Folks, the contest we are running on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show now has a jackpot of over $29,000.
Get in on this contest, folks. We believe it is the biggest contest ever, and for the greatest cause.
The purpose is to combat juvenile delinquency.
And by entering, you can win a $5,000 mink coat, a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 trailer, a live baby elephant, thousands of dollars worth of diamonds, and loads of other big prizes, totaling over $29,000.
Listen Saturday morning over most of these stations. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx.
Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, we invited some lawyers and some secretaries who work for psychiatrists to the program tonight, Groucho. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Jackie Mandel
and lawyer John Jacobs, Jr., and here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Fetterman?
Mandel.
You can pick up your check at the front office. Jackie Mandel, eh? You're a secretary to a psychiatrist?
Yes, I am.
What's his name?
He may be listening.
Oh, I'm listening. Why don't you tell me? Eh?
Yeah, but you can't fire me.
I could if I had matches. Where are you from,
You get all burned up.
What? This is going to be a duel of no wits. Where are you from, Miss Mandel?
Chicago.
Chicago, huh? And Mr. Jacobs, you're a lawyer?
I am, sir.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any children?
I have 2 stepchildren.
And how many children do you have, Miss Mandel?
I'm not married.
Well, don't come running to me with your problem. Well, let's talk about psychiatry, Miss Mandel. Huh? In the first place, how do you spell it?
P-S-Y-C-H-I-A-T-R-Y.
That's pretty good. I always thought that was chrysanthemum. How does a psychiatrist work on a patient? For example, does he have them lie down and tell their life story? What does he do?
Well, it's optional. Some want to sit up and some like to lie down. And
is it any cheaper lying down?
No, it seems about the same.
By the way, did you hear about the 2 psychiatrists who met on the street and one of them said hello? The other one said, I wonder what he meant by that. Mr. Jacobs, what kind of a lawyer are you?
Well, I hope I'm a good lawyer.
You know the penalty for perjury? Suppose in a criminal case your client is obviously guilty. What do you do, Mr. Jacobs?
Well, if he's obviously guilty, I will defend him to the best of my ability in a legal manner.
Show enough? Some lawyer that's strapping the buckle on the electric chair and he's tickled pink because he got an illegal conviction. Now, do you take any case that comes along or just the guilty one?
I take any case that I think that I may be able to help anyone, but I have the right to turn down if I desire.
Let's say I've been arrested for stealing. Would you take my case?
What kind of a case?
Well, I didn't steal anything.
Stealing what?
Well, I happened to be walking down an alley and 4 chickens flew into my gunny sack. Now, how are you going to keep me out of jail?
Well, I have various means to sort of prolong the thing. I could probably...
You mean the sentence?
Get a habeas corpus, and probably get you out on bond, and then writ of mandamus possibly might work, or writ of prohibition.
I see. Well, there's a fine legal point involved here. While these chickens were in my possession, 2 of them laid eggs. Now, who do the eggs belong to? Me, the chickens, or the guy who was shooting at me?
That sounds worse than a law school question or a bar examination. I would say that in that case, possession is just about 9/10 of the law.
You think so? All right. Now, by some miscarriage of justice, I wind up in your court and you're going to spring me. Now, what do you do?
Well, it sounds to me like that I probably should have pled you insane at the beginning.
Well, Mr. Jacobs, you were a passable witness, and if I ever need a lawyer, I'll see a good psychiatrist. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. First, here's something of importance.
It's not too late to wish a Happy New Year to all you car owners, and to add a word of advice. For a year of trouble-free motoring, have your car checked regularly, and by a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. If you're not one of the thousands who already know how expert DeSoto Plymouth service is, resolve to find out this week. And while you're there, make sure to ask your DeSoto Plymouth dealer about the 2 great cars he handles. The DeSoto is truly a magnificent car. It's a big car, yet it has sleek, graceful lines. A solidly built car that handles with complete ease. From its feather-light steering to its responsive brakes, from its waterproof ignition to its chair-high seats, DeSoto is a car built for extra convenience, extra comfort. And, of course, it's a DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. Remember, too, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty. So drive in where you see those two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous athletes. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
Yeah, 10.
10? Okay. In what sport is Sammy Baugh famous? B-A-U-G-H.
Football.
Football is right. Well, they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30. All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
20.
All right. In what sport is Bobby Riggs famous?
Tennis.
Tennis is correct. Well, you people are on your way. You have $50. You got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
25.
All right.
30 with.
$30. In what sport is Ted Williams famous?
Baseball.
Baseball is right. On your way up now, you have $80. $80. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 80 are you going to go for?
$50.
$50. In what sport is Ben Hogan famous? Golf is correct. And you win $130 from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, the secret word is still chair. We invited some rocket experts and some railroad engineers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected engineer John Morrison and rocket expert Albert Dewell. And here they are. Folks, come on in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life.
Oh.
And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you will find around the house. Now, let's see. Mr. Dewell, you're a rocket expert?
That's right.
Oh, you're a rocket expert, huh? Where are you from, the moon?
No, I work at
Mooniopolis?
The Naval Ordnance Test Station, China Lake.
China Lake. And Mr. Morrison, you're the engineer, I presume,
Yes,
eh?
sir.
Where are you from?
Well, I was raised in Colorado, Groucho, born in California.
What'd you do, have one leg in each state? Who did you work for? Who do you work for?
The Atchison to Pekin Santa Fe Railway.
Oh, well, you know that song about the... Could you sing it?
Oh, I'm no singer.
You don't have to be a singer for that song. You just have to be a railroad, that's all. Right? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Did your wife ever give you a roundhouse when you have an argument? Do you run any special train or just a string of boxcars?
Well, I have run almost all the trains they have. At the present time, I'm on one of the San Diego streamline trains between here and San Diego.
When you go on a vacation, how do you travel?
Oh, just one way. Rails, of course.
You take the rail.
You betcha.
I don't mind traveling by rail. It's the tar and feathers that bother me. And now, Space Patrol, tell us about your rockets. For example, how big are they?
Well, they run between 1 foot and 30 feet.
As much as that, huh? Well, what kind of a noise does it make when it goes off?
Oh, several different kinds of noise. They go whiff or a zoom, something like that.
Are you trying to scam me? Zoom you, too. Right? You can play at that game, you know. Right? Do you think we'll ever be going to the moon in one of your rockets?
I think so. I think in about 30 years you will.
What would a trip to the moon be like? What, for example, would I need to pack in my overnight bag? Well, I'm thinking...
Well, to start off, when the rocket takes off, they'd probably strap you right to your chair and...
I expect... Yeah, you said the secret word chair, and you and the engineer over here split $100 between you, huh? No. I expect to be strapped to my chair, but not on the moon, huh?
Well, when the rocket takes off, you'd be strapped to the chair, and on the way up... On the way up, you'd probably pass meteorites and flying stars, and when you get there, you'd probably have to take your own food and water. And
what kind of food?
Food that you eat today.
How do you know what I ate today?
And
suppose I didn't eat today. What kind of food would I take to the moon?
What you ate yesterday, I guess. Well, you take regular.
What about tomorrow's food? Would you be interested in that, huh? I'm going to have lamb stew tomorrow night for dinner. How would that be on the moon?
I imagine it would be pretty good if you take it up.
Okay, well, I'm all set now.
You'd probably have to have weights in your pocket, because if you didn't, you'd take a step, you'd probably go up 30 or 40 feet. That's
I'm in great shape. You're walking around the moon with lead on my pants and a lamb stew, huh? That's the most curious equipment for a solar trip I ever heard of.
Well, that's theoretically speaking.
Oh, this is just all theoretical
that's
stuff,
right.
huh? Maybe I won't even need the lamb stew, huh?
Could be.
I couldn't take the Santa Fe from San Diego, huh? Okay, I'll go. But I'm only buying a one-way ticket. I'm not going to throw my money away, huh? How fast do your rockets go?
Oh, they go as fast as 2,000 miles an hour.
Really? They go that fast?
Yes, sir, they do.
Wouldn't do the lamb stew much good, I guess. Now, Streamliner, how would you like to drive a train that made it to Chicago in an hour?
Well, under the conditions we got here, it'd be quite a thrill.
2,000 miles an hour. You'd lean out of the cab to kiss your wife goodbye in Los Angeles and wind up kissing a red cap in Kansas City. Well, we've come a long way from Noah's Ark to rockets, and I never thought I'd live to see both of them. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The lawyer and the secretary won $130.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Islands of the World. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to risk?
15.
What is the name of the island off the toe of Italy?
Sicily.
Sicily is correct.
Well, you fellas are starting. You're on your way. You had $35.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 are you going to bet?
31.
31. Do you approve of that, Johnny?
Oh, you betcha. You betcha.
Johnny is an amiable cuss, isn't he? I bet he'd let you ride free on his railroad.
If I could.
Try it sometime. You get kicked off at Glendale, huh? All right, what's the name of the island prison located in San Francisco Bay?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz is right, huh?
Now you have $66.
Johnny Morrison, how did you know that so quickly?
I've been by there lots of times.
Is that your alma mater? All right, here's your third question. How much of the 60 are you going to bet?
66.
66?
Yes.
Oh, $60.
$60. What is the largest island in the world? You can talk it over, you know. And if you're not sure, take a guess.
Cuba? Madagascar. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Greenland.
Greenland.
You now have $6.
Let's go for the 6.
You've just got enough left for the lamb stew to the moon. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet the $6. What is the name of the string of islands extending from Alaska?
Aleutian.
The Aleutian Islands is right.
And you wind up with $12 from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
What are they, Johnny? Fenneman, proceed.
All right, Groucho, the secret word is still chair. Just before we went on the air, we selected a young mother who has some young children to be on the program, Mrs. Grace Hunter. Her partner is a nursery school teacher, Mrs. Grace King. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, girls, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see. A mother, some small children, and a nursery school teacher. Mrs. King, you're from a nursery school.
Yes,
huh?
I am.
Do you teach the flowers about the bees?
Not exactly.
Which nursery school?
It's a Hellendale Nursery Kindergarten in Pacific
What's your
Palisades.
language? What did you say was the name of that?
Hill and Dale.
Oh, Hill and Dale. Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
You are married, huh? Oh, that's nice. Well, what does your husband do?
He is a field representative with the Social Security Administration.
He's with the Social Security? You mean he's over 65? How did you meet Mr. Hunter?
I'm Mrs.
Oh, you're Mrs. King, huh? Mr. Hunter isn't good enough for you, huh? You look very pretty, Mrs. King. You don't mind if I call you Mrs. Hunter occasionally, huh? And you're Mrs. Hunter, is that right? Huh?
That's right.
Now, Mrs. Hunter, how did you meet your husband, Mr. King?
He was going steady with the redhead next door. And
your husband was going steady with a redhead next door?
Yes.
So?
And I used to go to dancing school, and then I'd come home and teach my 4 brothers and my sister how to dance, and he used to come over to learn, too, because he didn't know how to dance.
And what happened to the redhead?
Well, I moved away from that neighborhood. I moved 2 blocks over, and I don't know what happened to her, because he started coming over to my house.
Well, did he ever tell you about the redhead?
He didn't have to. I lived next door.
How long have you been married, Mrs. King?
Mrs. Hunter has been married 13 years.
You've been married 13 years, and how many children do you have?
I have 6.
You have 6 children, huh?
Yes.
That redhead just got out in time. How many of these kids are boys, Mrs. Hunter?
There's 3 boys.
You have 3 boys? Let's see,
yes.
3. 6, 7, well, you must have 3 girls, huh?
That's right.
I don't want you to think I wasted my early years shooting pool. Well, let's change the subject, and if I know the subject, it probably needs changing. How many children do you have in your nursery, Mrs. King?
27.
And how old are your children?
From 2 to 5.
They run from 2 to 5?
Run from 2 to 5.
They must be pretty tired by 5 o'clock, huh? What are the names of your youngsters, Mrs. Hunter?
Oh, pardon. I thought you were going to ask all 27 names of the nursery school.
Okay, what are the names of your youngsters? What are their ages? Mrs. Hunter, what are their ages?
My children's ages?
Your age.
Oh, they run from 3 to 12.
You mean that your kids can run longer than her kids? Why is that? Do they get lamb stew at your house? You think your children would be interested in a trip to the moon?
Well, when it starts.
What are their ages, Mrs. Hunter?
They run from...
Specifically, huh?
Oh, well, I have one that was just 12, and I have one that will be 12 in 3 months, and I have one that's 9.
You have one that's 12 in 3 months?
I have one that just was 12, and in 3 months I'll have another one that will be 12.
That one isn't even born yet, huh?
And I have one that's 9, one that's 6, and 2 that are 3.
I see. And how old would you say the redhead is now? Now, Mrs. King, tell us about your nursery. What is the purpose of such a school?
Well, we provide an enriched environment for the preschool child before he's ready for the formal education.
No, I mean, that's what you tell the mother when you try to hook them for that $50 a month. I mean, what actually is the purpose of the school? See, I have a 4-year-old, too, you know.
Well, we help the children to live
You want to
together.
hear a story about my child?
Love to.
I had her up in Beverly the other day, and she's 4 years old, and she's about that high, and she had these 2 big guns on. She could barely walk. She's going like this, and these 2 big revolvers were barreling her down like this. And finally she turned to me, she says, Daddy, carry me. I says, carry you? Well, you're supposed to be a big cowboy. Hop along. Suppose somebody comes along and sees you in my arms. She says, well, if anybody says anything, I'll tell them you're a horse.
Bronco?
What's that?
Everybody off stage, and I'm sure some people out here in the audience, have been wondering how these 2 children of Mrs. Hunter's can be so close to 12. I mean, one is 12, and then another one is going to be 12 in 3 months. How is this done?
Okay,
Well,
Mrs. Hunter.
One of the boys...
How come that one of your children are 12 and one is 12 and 3 months?
Well, I had 5 children, and the one boy that's the oldest was lonesome because the rest were girls and then the twin babies. So we adopted a boy to go with him, keep him company.
Fenneman, try not to come back again, huh? How do your kids amuse themselves on a rainy day, Mrs. Hunter?
Oh, they go out in the garage and fight.
Go out in the garage and fight? Your Band-Aid bill must be pretty big around that house. Now, how do your kids amuse themselves on a rainy day?
Well, we have them indoors, and they sit on chairs and work at their tables.
And you and Mrs. Hunter are going to split $100 between you, huh? $50 apiece there. Now, what are some of the games you play with your children, Mrs. Hunter?
Oh, I play hide and seek and red light, green light.
Red light, green light? How do you play that?
Well, you all get in a line and you tell them they can go, and then they have to stop real quick on the line. Didn't you ever play it? We play London Bridge is Falling Down.
Well, let's play one of your games. Are you willing?
Why, sure. What would you like to play?
Would you be interested in the snappy game of post office? How about London Bridge? I haven't played that for over a year.
First I do make the bridge. 5/5. Well, come on, let's start.
So I go in here?
Falling down.
Well, what do I do?
The bridge is falling down.
Is there an arthritic doctor in the house? Well, you make a wonderful team. Feminine, but wonderful, huh? The next time I want to play games, I'll stick to spin the bottle. All right, now we're ready. Now let's see how well you make out in the battle for the $1,000. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The lawyer and the secretary are still ahead with $130.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bet you $20. You selected fictional children. Here's your first question. Now, how much are you going to bet?
10.
10? All right. What was the name of the little girl who trespassed on the 3 bears?
Goldilocks.
Goldilocks is right. And on your way, you have $30. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much is 30 you're going to go for?
20.
$20. What was the name of the little boy who discovered a magic lamp?
Aladdin.
Aladdin is right. $50. Here's your third question. How much is the 50 you're going to go for?
35.
What was the name of the little girl who went through the looking glass?
Alice.
Alice is right. And your $85. $85. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 you're going to go for? Don't I sound like an auctioneer?
65.
65. What was the name of the little boy who was a pal of Tom Sawyer's?
Huckleberry
Finn.
And they wind up with a grand total of $150. And that means that they, with their $150, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Earlier, I mentioned the wisdom of having your car checked regularly at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's. The benefits to you and your family in time saved, in reducing inconvenience, yes, and in money saved by a regular DeSoto Plymouth dealer checkup are things you can't afford to be without. Take lubrication as just one case in point. DeSoto Plymouth dealers keep accurate files on when your car needs a lubrication job. And when they do lubrication work, they do it right type of lubricants, in the right amounts, when and where your car needs it. Proper lubricating is just one of the many important jobs DeSoto Plymouth Service is equipped to do right. Take advantage of the better service that's available to you wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The political pot already is seething for the presidential elections in 52. For $1,000, who was the candidate of the Dixiecrats in the 1948 election? What's the answer to have decided upon?
What's the name of the vice president that was with Roosevelt?
No, I'm sorry. The name is J. Strom Thurmond. Thurmond.
No.
That was a tough one. I'm sorry. That's the correct answer. How much did they win, Fenneman?
Well, they wound up with $150.
Well, that's not so bad.
And you said the secret word, didn't you?
Yes, so they had how much? $280?
$250.
Well, a veritable fortune, $250. So that means the big question next week. That means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $250. Congratulations and thanks to both of you. And to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Remember the ABCs of safety. Always be careful. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's about the middle of the afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Cook all by herself. Mrs. Cook is at the telephone in earnest conversation with her close friend and confidant, Mrs. Frederick Stembile.
Gee, Ruthie, do you think that was wise? It's none of my business, of course, and you probably don't want any 2 cents worth from me, but now you'll have to traipse clear over to Mulberry Street for your groceries. Yes. Oh, just a second, lady. I think I hear somebody in my kitchen. Hello? Crouchers? Is that you, Irvin?
It's me, Miss Cook.
Orville?
Yeah.
All right. It's the gas meter reader boy, Ruthie. Yeah, Orville Weenie. No, go ahead with what you were saying.
Just been enjoying a deeply satisfactory snooze. I closed my eyes and folded my hands on my stomach and let my tongue drool out of the corner of my mouth easy and relaxed and slept about
I'm on the telephone here, Orville. Excuse me, please, till I get finished.
Oh, excuse me. I'm the fathead, Adele. I never noticed you were talking on the phone. Maybe I'm still asleep.
Well, gee, Ruthie, I think I'd try to make it up with Mr. Croucher. You don't want to traipse all over town for your groceries. Of course, it's strictly your business and not my place to try to give advice. What? Somebody at your front door? Well, run along. Sure, and maybe we'll talk some more later, You bet. All righty, Ruthie. You betty, lady. Goodbye. Well, how are you, Orville?
Oh, I'm in A number 1 condition, Miss Cook. My brains is draped back soggy and collapsed inside my skull, and I got absolutely nothing on my mind.
Did I hear you say you'd been asleep?
I've been dead to the world for the last hour and a half.
Well, where'd you take your nice nap?
Down cellar.
Down cellar? Where?
Down cellar here.
Our cellar?
Sure.
You've been down in my basement the last hour and a half?
Well, I never thought you'd have any objections.
Well, it gives a person an uneasy feeling to find out people are skulking in their house unbeknownst to them. There's going to be fellas sleeping in my cellar. I like to know about it in advance.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do like you say.
Mom, you in the living room, Mom?
I believe there's somebody in the kitchen.
Yes, I heard him holler. Hello, Willie.
I am in a towering fury.
I'm in a towering fury, he says.
Will you remember about falling asleep in our basement after this?
Your instructions is etched on my memory.
No, but I mean what I say. What's eating you?
I am in a towering fury.
Yeah, now we heard you screech that just now. Is the movie show matinee over so soon?
I was thrown out of the movie show matinee.
Here's Orville Weenie. Tell him hello.
Hello.
Hello. You got some brown stuff on your forehead.
Butterscotch.
You got some white stuff on your chin.
Marshmallow.
Don't happen to have any potato peelings in your hair, do you?
Mom, I have been deeply insulted.
You were kicked out of the theater?
Mr. Ferberman, the manager, personally placed his hand on my shoulder and forcibly ushered me up the aisle.
Did you get your money back?
Sure, I got my money back.
Fine. That's all that's necessary. Most likely you've learned a lesson. Next time you'll behave yourself, maybe.
You're going to condemn me unheard?
It's too warm for excited palaver and loud talky-talk.
I'm going to sue that theater for damages.
Yes, do that.
There's a spot of black stuff on your earlobe brush.
Licorice.
There's something about summer weather that gets into people and makes them act foolish in the head. It's like little summer thunder showers. Long about this time of the year, middle of July, a person is unpredictable. A moment ago, Willie, I was talking to Miss Stenbottom on the telephone. She was all in an uproar. This morning, she had a sharp, impulsive, crazy quarrel with Mr. Croucher there in the grocery store. They both said things they didn't mean, and it ended up with Miss Stenbottom marching out in a huff and announcing she was going to trade somewhere else. Ain't that foolish? And over nothing. Like a quick summer thunder shower that comes suddenly out of nowhere and is gone in half hour later.
I have been damaged and insulted. I will sue the manager of the Baijiu Theater. I shall not rest until justice has been weighed in the balance and found wanting.
Fine. Now let's talk about something else.
Mr. Milton Ferberman will cringe and crawl and whine out an agonized apology.
Yes, indeed.
What you said about summer thunderstorms is pretty much true, I think, Miss Cook, but I don't believe it applies to me.
Well, maybe not, Orville.
It's my brains. They lay back inside my skull, soggy and paralyzed. They fold back easy and relaxed.
Kiddo, you home?
Here's Gov home.
Uh-huh. Hi. Lots of the different ones accumulating in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Say, do you remember me bringing home any kind of document from the office in the last several days?
What?
Sadie, do you remember me bringing home any kind of a document in the last several days?
No.
I don't think I did bring home any document in the last several days.
I don't think I did bring home any document in the last several days.
I'm positive I did.
I'm positive I did.
I think I can hear him all right for myself now.
Okay.
Well, I see you have some pals, kiddo.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Greetings, Sam.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Cook.
How are you, Orville, old scout?
Completely at my ease, thanks. My muscles and my nerves and my brains are all strung out as soft and comfortable as boiled macaroni. Haven't got a beef in the world.
Well, I have. Say, think hard. Within the last week, have you seen me bring home any documents from the office?
Well, Vic, I don't keep track of junk you bring home from the office.
An important paper has been mislaid. The boss says he's convinced he'd give it to me. I have no recollection of any such doggone thing. We had a sharp exchange of feverish remarks.
You and Mr. Rubush had a sharp exchange of feverish remarks?
Mr. Rubush strongly intimated he considered me a fathead. And I made oblique reference to half-wits that resemble gunny sacks full of wet straw.
This is you and your boss talking?
Well, not two other guys.
Another summer thunder shower, Miss Cook.
It looks like it, Orville.
You got brown stuff on your forehead and white stuff on your chin and black stuff in your ear.
Butterscotch, marshmallow, and licorice. I was kicked out of the moving picture show.
Why?
The manager objected to certain remarks I made aloud concerning the stars in the picture, Four-Fisted Frank Puddleman and Gloria Golden.
Did you get your money back?
I got my money back, but I suffered injured feelings.
You may put your injured feelings in your hat and then pull your hat down over your ears. Kiddo, what would you think if I told you I was seriously considering making another connection?
Not quitting your job.
Am I to be a target for insult and abuse? Am I to be treated like some small, irresponsible child? My boss, J.K. Rubish, voiced some observations this afternoon I cannot easily forgive or forget.
Oh, but now listen, your job.
Oh.
What's the matter?
That was a burst of bitter laughter.
Oh, but it.
My boss, J.K. Rubish, mislaid an important document and then peevishly and childishly blames it on me.
Was he peevish and childish?
He was peevish and childish.
Summer thunder showers.
What?
This is the time of the year when Midsummer Madness gets a hold of people. They're touchy and irritable and on edge. Why, a little while ago I was talking to Ruthie on the phone and she was almost crying. It seems she had a spat with Mr. Croucher there in the grocery store.
I don't want to hear about Ruthie, Sade.
Well, look at Rush here. He goes to the movie.
I do not wish to look at Rush either. All I wish to do is to break in the burst of bitter laughter. I will break in the burst of bitter laughter.
Sadie, honey, in the living room. In the living room, early, Sadie, honey.
Uncle Fletcher.
Hello, Uncle Fletcher.
I would like to use your home a few minutes to transact some very urgent business.
Why?
I would like to use your home a few moments to transact some very urgent business.
Oh. Oh, please, Vic.
That was a burst of bitter laughter.
It sounds silly.
Well, let it sound silly.
Sadie, honey, I am giving my landlady notice.
Sadie, honey, I am giving my landlady notice.
Oh, my.
I have been insulted, abused, and tromped on by the sharp temper of a spiteful woman.
I have been insulted, abused, and tromped on by the sharp temper of a spiteful woman.
Oh, Uncle Fletcher.
I am giving my landlady, Miss Keller, 6 months' notice. I will find another place to live.
Oh.
More Midsummer Madness, Miss Cook.
Yes, Orville.
I am unswerving in my determination to sue the management of the Bijou Picture Show for many thousands of dollars.
Everybody's got Midsummer Madness.
Yes.
I'll show that half-wit landlady who she's insulting, abusing, and tromping on.
Back again, we go to the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block. Vic has searched for his boss's lost document in vain and is now sitting gloomily on the Davenport. Rush and Uncle Fletcher consider their troubles as they stand beside the library table. Orville Wheenie contemplates the group with interest from his comfortable station in the easy chair. And Sade, regarding the gentleman sharply from a point near the bookcase, feels moved to address them in this wise.
This is ridiculous, all you fellas moping and groaning and muttering to yourself.
Oh, I'm not moping and groaning and muttering to myself. I'm as relaxed as a hippopotamus. My brains is sliced back inside my skull like a chunk of wet putty.
Oh, you're hot stuff, you are, Heine.
Weenie, not Heine. Weenie rhymes with meanie. How does the old song go? You're a sissy dolly do, I'm a meanie miny moo. Does your sweetheart bill and coo? Are your pants and necktie new? Are your socks and garters blue? Does baby sister Ruth say goo? The city of San Francisco.
Oh, pipe down, Orville.
I made myself unpopular all of a sudden.
Yes, indeed.
Unpopularity is a thing that never bothered me.
You manage to keep happy all the time, huh?
Oh, just as long as my brains lay back limp and spongy.
I am going to sue the management of the Bijou Theater.
You said that.
Well, I am.
A hot July day comes along and you get hit by the Midsummer Madness streak that jumps on people and talk out loud and smart alecky in the picture show. And the manager is feeling the July weather as much as you are and asks you to leave. So which? Who cares?
I care.
Tomorrow, Sadie, I'm going to walk into Mr. Rubish's office and I'm going to say, look here, Rubish, I've stood for...
Oh, and you. It's warm and close and dusty down at work, and everybody's a little jumpy and off their feet. And two great big grown-up men like you and your boss are happy to find some little tiny insignificant thing that'll give them an excuse to act like peevish children
I think that is
and
about
get rid
enough,
of the hotness
please.
and impatience and midsummer madness they got cooped up inside them. What are you going to do, Uncle Fletcher?
Use the nitwit lame-brain telephone?
And give your landlady notice?
That is my thought, yes.
Miss Keller will be broken-hearted.
She should have thought of that when she destroyed my crock of hyena grease.
I think that the...
Rush, honey, you got a splurge of creosote on your ear.
That's licorice.
You got a squelch of buttermilk on your chin.
Marshmallow.
You got a grunge of cylinder oil on your forehead.
That's butterscotch.
You're all dressed up.
Yes, indeed.
No, Sadie, honey, Miss Keller should have thought of her broken heart when she destroyed my crock of hyena grease.
I bet you were careless with your hyena grease or something.
I am never careless with hyena grease. Hyena grease is the finest preparation on the face of the earth for smearing on the shoes. When I stir up a batch of hyena grease, I treat that batch of hyena grease as tenderly as I treat some suffering invalid writhing on a bed of pain.
Well, what happened to the hyena grease?
I had it in my souvenir crock that says compliment to Sweet Esther, Wisconsin on it. I put that crock on the sideboard there in the sitting room. Miss Keller come along, appropriated that crock of hyena grease, and slung it out in the alley.
But didn't she offer any reason or excuse?
She complained of the bouquet.
Okay.
There are ingredients in hyena grease, Sadie, honey, which renders it unsuitable for the gold and silver drawing room of your high-toned, blue-blooded aristocrat.
You mean it has a strong odor?
I hesitate to use the expression strong odor in the presence of ladies, gentlemen, children, and half-wits, all of whom are represented here this afternoon.
Which is which?
I beg your pardon, lad?
You said there was ladies and gentlemen and children and half-wits present. I want to know which is which.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Your question is answered?
I guess so. Some things a man hates to pry into very close.
I bet it was something like this, Uncle Fletcher. I bet Miss Keller told you before she didn't want any more crocks of hyena grease put on top of her sideboard and warned you the next time it happened she'd throw it out in the alley.
There may be something in what you say.
Yeah, I bet there's plenty in what I say.
Say, I believe I'll go out in the backyard.
And eat worms?
You're inclined to be jocular?
I'm inclined to think it's awful silly for a grown man to cry and bellyache and complain just because a hot summer day comes along.
There's other complaints I got against Miss Keller, Sadie. Other complaints aside from hyena grease. I'll give you an example.
My foot's asleep.
Oh, life is just bursting with trouble, isn't it, son?
Yes, it is.
What's your example, Uncle Fletcher?
This morning I was sitting out in the side yard on the cistern lid, eating stingy berry jam on oyster crackers, and pounding an iron brevister off of a honk lorry into a spike welge to be used on a gull-neck stretch fever.
What?
You inquired what, Harvey, Sadie, honey?
I most certainly did inquire what.
You are puzzled on some point?
I'm puzzled on several points. What's a stretch fever?
You probably know it under the name of reversible camp winch.
No, I don't know it under that name.
Tilvers, number 3?
No.
Harris Blackwell, number 3?
No.
Tony Davis, number 78?
No.
I don't know of any other names for it. I understand there's mechanics in the eastern part of northwestern South Dakota that simply calls it Harry.
They call what Harry?
What, Harry?
Oh-ish, forget it.
I believe I will.
I thought you were going out in the backyard, Vic, and eat worms.
Well, I did. I only this minute returned. You just didn't notice me leave.
I'll give you another example of the way Miss Keller insults, abuses, and tromps on me.
All right.
The other evening, I dreamed a dream and started to tell my landlady about it at the breakfast table, and she claimed she was too busy to listen to any half-wit dream.
Well, it is tedious sometimes on hot July mornings to listen to people's dreams.
But this dream was a first-rate, A number 1 kind of dream. Vic, honey, do you remember Art and Buller Gummer Chunk there in Dixon?
No.
I dreamed I saw them boys. They were angels, and they hovered over my bed. Both were wearing wings and carrying harps, and they each had on a pair of yellow bulldog-toed Oxfords. And them yellow bulldog-toed Oxfords, Vic, honey, were transparent and made out of moonbeams.
Well, what do you know about that?
Can you imagine a half-wit, numbskull, lame-brained landlady that refused to listen to a dream as fascinating as that dream? I should have given her notice on the spot.
How's your Midsummer Madness, Rush?
Same as ever. Tomorrow I will sue the Bijou Theater for heavy damages.
How's your Midsummer Madness, Vic?
The treatment accorded me this afternoon by J.K. Rubish rankles in my heart. And my soul cries out for justice.
How do you feel, Uncle Fletcher?
I have been insulted, abused, and tramped on by the sharp temper of a spiteful woman. I will give my landlady 6 months' notice.
Orville, how are your brains?
Limp and soggy, folded and relaxed. My brains reminds me of a pair of catfish, lazy and contented, laying deep in a pool of water.
Midsummer melancholy obviously continues to prevail as we rejoin our friends at the small house halfway up in the next block. In fact, Uncle Fletcher is probably approximating the humors of our friends in this disquisition he's right in the middle of now.
Bankwell W. Earn expired on a sad, sleety Sunday afternoon in late December. He was put to rest in a tomb in the Mossy Sleep Cemetery there in dismal Seepage, Ohio.
Why, we're really having fun, aren't we, fellas?
I don't mind.
It's in key with my mood.
Bankwell never had a friend all during the course of his troubled life. He obtained his only pleasure in pasting faded rose leaves in a moldy old album which contained the frayed and brittle photographs of his many relatives, most of whose hearts had been broken. He never took any kind of nourishment except a few handfuls of dried leaves at twilight and maybe a little rainwater. He spent most of his time sitting in the attic with the curtains closed, letting the silent tears splash heavily to the dusted floor. Bankwell W. Earn never smiled, tittered, snickered, or guffawed. Bankwell W. Earn never chuckled.
Hey, look, fellas.
What?
Look outdoors.
Rain, by George.
Yes, rain. A sweet little summer shower. See, it's so fresh and light it doesn't even make a sound on the windows. It's just what we need.
Ought to cool things off.
It ought to cool things off. People, too.
Uh-huh.
Come on, fellas. We've had enough of this silly moping and trash.
I'm going to sue the management of the Bijou Theater.
My boss, Mr. J.K. Rubish, will hear some mighty strong remarks from me tomorrow morning. If he asks for my resignation, okay.
I refuse to be insulted, abused, and tromped on by the sharp temper of some spiteful woman.
Telephone ringing, telephone ringing.
Sad news like this.
Oh, it's sad news, nothing.
Want me to accept the mournful tidings?
You can just sit still.
Fine.
Hello? Oh, hello, lady. Called me back, huh?
The undertaker, likely.
Mom's old pal, Mrs. Stembottom.
I expect she's ill.
Really, Ruthie? Oh, well, dandy. Didn't I tell you that'd be the best way? Well, sure. Well, I'm real glad. Yes, and it was sweet of you to telephone and tell me. Yes. Well, fine. All righty, Ruthie. You betty, lady. Goodbye.
I expect the undertaker wanted to
Ruthie
announce...
and the grocery man had made up their squabble. She called him to say she was sorry, and he was so happy about it, he apologized for half an hour. He admitted the hot, stuffy weather and the July madness had got under his skin.
Telephone's ringing, telephone's ringing.
The chief of police, likely. He's calling us up to tell us something terrible has happened.
Hello? Yes. Yes, he is. Just 1 second. Rush, for you.
Snowy Clark?
I don't know.
Bluetooth Johnson?
I don't know.
Cracchiato?
Yes.
Cracchiato, huh?
I don't know. Here, take this.
My trousers is threadbare. My vest has got spots.
Oh, you're just in horrible shape.
I'm at the end of my tether, and no mistake.
Hello? Yes? Who is this speaking, please? Yes, I had an idea it was. After the events which took place this afternoon, I scarcely feel like... What?
The red rose dies on the bush, and the white grape chokes on the vine.
The shoe pinches the foot, and the belt constricts the stomach.
Why, I guess I can. Yes. In fact, I'm sure I can. What time do you want me? Okay. Okay. Fine, I'll be there. You bet, and thanks a lot. Goodbye.
May I guess who that was?
It was just a fella that inquired.
It was just a fellow named Mr. Ferberman, wasn't it?
Yes.
Did he apologize for this afternoon?
No.
He did something.
He offered me a job ushering in the Bijo this evening. I'm to be paid $1.75.
That's pretty generous, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Quite a bit more than he usually pays.
Yes.
Well, I won't inquire into your business anymore. Only, if you'll forgive me for rubbing it in a little, I'd like to say...
Telephone's ringing.
You answer it. You're right there.
The bitter snowstorm gathers on the mountain.
It sure does.
Hello? Yes. Well, I believe he is. Just 1 second.
Who is it?
I never recognized the voice.
Hank Gutstuff, likely, wanting to borrow $2.
No, it's not Hank.
It's Rishigan Fishigan from Sishigan, Michigan, wanting to borrow $8.
Oh, maybe.
Hello? Oh, hello. What? Am I eating at home this evening? Well, I generally eat at home. Well, just a second. I'll ask the wife. Kiddo, am I eating at home this evening?
Well, how you mean?
Well, I'm invited to eat downtown.
Well, do you want to eat downtown?
Yes, I sort of enjoy eating downtown.
Well, eat downtown then.
I'll eat downtown then?
Well, go ahead.
Eat downtown then. I'll eat downtown then. What? This afternoon? Oh, forget it. Okay. Well, what do you say? Meeting in the lobby of the Butler House Hotel. Well, it suits me to a T. 7:15? Great. Okay. Goodbye.
Did he sign the mislaid document?
Did who find what mislaid document?
Oh, nothing. I'm not prying into your business. Only I don't think I need any little bird to tell me.
The telephone's ringing.
Answer it. You got it in your hand.
Oh. Hello?
This ought to be for Uncle Fletcher.
Yeah. Why, yes, he is. Just 1 second, please.
Uncle Fletcher.
Uncle Fletcher.
What?
Telephone.
Who wants me on the net with telephone?
A lady.
How do you know?
Oh, I just have a feeling is all. Isn't it a lady?
Well, hand me the numbskull telephone.
Hand him the numbskull telephone.
Ain't one nuisance, it's another. Oh! What? Speak up, ma'am. How was that again, ma'am? I protest. Hyena grease ain't that important, ma'am. Oh.
For Pete's sake, what is this?
I think I have an idea.
All right, ma'am, let's leave it go at that. You bet, ma'am. Certainly, ma'am. Goodbye, ma'am. Some darn people are great big softies over the telephone.
I'm not even going to inquire into who that was, Uncle Fletcher.
I'm not obliged to reveal it to you if you did inquire.
Of course you're not. A man's telephone conversations are strictly his own business.
Some darn people, they talk like softies.
Oh, what you smiling about, Royce?
Well, I got a right to smile if I feel like it.
Everybody's smiling, Mrs. Cook.
I was just noticing.
And look out the window.
Sunshine.
The midsummer showers are over.
The midsummer showers are over.
And so we end our visit at the small house halfway up the next block with radio's home folks, Vic and Sade. Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, when the F.W. Fitch Company again presents Vic and Sade. Vic and Sade is written by Paul Reimer, directed by Roy Windsor. This is Jack Fuller speaking.
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like me to eat? Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Ah, Duffy, I'm as happy as a bee with the hives. Well, I'm getting married. Yep, to a very high-class society dame. I got in touch with her through the Lonely Hearts Club and the Police Gazette. Yes, I was intrigued by their slogan. It said, every client comes back and thanks us. The girls ain't pretty, but they're awful anxious. Well, I've been corresponding with the dame Duffy, and I'm going to marry, you know. Sounds terrific. Huh? When you married Mrs. Duffy, she was terrific, too. Young and cute and Irish as Patty's pig, huh? Now, after 30 years, you wish you'd married the pig. Well, at what point did she start to change? The minute you carried her over the threshold, huh? Hey, wait a minute, just a second. How'd you ever carry a fat dame like that over the threshold? 2 trips. Well, Duffy, I'm glad to see that you still got a sense of humor about the sweet old fat slob. Well, I'll call you back. I got a lot of things on my mind. Eddie,
yes, Mr.
Eddie, when a guy's getting married and he starts walking down the aisle, which foot does he start with, the left or the right?
Left or right, he's still off on the wrong foot. Why?
Well, I'm thinking of committing matrimony, you know.
Oh, mazel tov. Might I ask you who the lady in question is?
Well, the questionable lady happens to be Miss Millicent Van Schnook.
What does this Schnook look like?
Eddie, it's Van Schnook. And she's beautiful, she says.
Where'd you meet this Schnook?
Van Schnook.
I'm sorry, Van Schnook.
Well, I ain't met her yet. As I say, the wedding is being handled through the mails.
What will Sayers and Roebuck think of me? You say you fell in love with this gal by mail?
Yeah, funny thing how it happened, Eddie. All began with a mere penny postcard. But before the week was out, we was mailing hot special deliveries. Yeah, with the stamps upside down. You should have seen them last couple of letters. Flaming. I told her how she kindled me spark of love and how me embers was burning for her. Then I filled up the rest of the page with X's.
You mad, passionate thing, you.
Well, anyway, I'll soon be married. It'll be wonderful, you know. Get out of that lonely furnished room, have a real home, 2 wash rags instead of 1, 2 teeth brush, 2 towels, 2 rings around the bathtub.
You're really happy, huh?
Yeah, sure am. I've always wanted a family, and who knows, I might have some little ones someday that'd turn their sweet cherubic faces up to me and say...
all right.
Eddie, remind me to get in touch with Margaret Sangster, will you? Guess what, Finnegan? I'm getting married.
That's nice. What else did you know?
Maybe you didn't hear me right. I'm getting married. M-A-R-R-E-D.
Married? Oh, that's stupid.
Why? What's wrong with marriage?
Well, it's all right for people with children. Personally, I think it takes the fun out of being a bachelor.
Finnegan, you are exactly what you look like.
Who's a moron?
You.
Oh, I'm a moron. Who's the guy that's getting married?
Look, people got to get married. Our whole way of life is based on it.
Why?
Well, because men are men and women are women.
Well, I grant it's a novel arrangement, but I don't see the point.
All right, let me put it this way.
Yeah?
Your father and mother, they was married, right?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. Now, if your father and mother hadn't gotten married, where would you be today?
Up at the ball game.
Hey, you see what I'm driving at? Well, do you?
Let me put it this way. No.
Well, look, I'm merely trying to explain. You see, the fact that your parents hit the jackpot, this has nothing to do with it. Human life, Finnegan, is deeper than that. Now, take Freud, for instance. He says mankind falls in love for interior motives, you see. But Freud can be wrong.
All right. Would you mind if I ask you a question?
What?
What are we talking about?
We are talking about love and marriage.
You mean that stuff about the birds and the bees?
Yeah.
Mere propaganda.
The birds and the bees?
Well, sure. Last week I took a bee and I put it in the bird's cage and...
Yeah?
Frankly, Arch, nothing has happened.
I still fail to see where that has anything to do with something. However, I won't argue the point.
Well, I just...
You're certainly in a talkative mood tonight, aren't you?
Well, why not, Joe? When a guy's planning to marry a dame like this Millicent, he wants to shout it out to the whole world.
Same with me.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Every week I like to tell the whole world about Ipana toothpaste.
Well, some guys like dames, some guys like toothpaste. Personally, I'm a guy that likes dames, you know. When I give them a little squeeze, I don't have to worry about getting the brush. I thank
you. Now, wait a minute, Arch. I like girls, too, but I like them to have a lovely smile. And that's why I like to tell everyone about Ipana. For Ipana helps you to the prettiest, most sparkling smile you ever had. You know, dentists like Ipana so much that it's the toothpaste more of them use themselves as well as recommend to their patients than any other. You ought to try the Ipana way to a pretty smile yourself, because dentists say the Ipana way works. And it's easy. First, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. Then massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. Then see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Get a tube of Ipana first chance you get. Remember, a good dentifrice, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. So make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, see what you think of this wedding invitation, huh?
Wedding invitation?
Yeah, I just wrote it out.
Let's see. I, Archie, hereby announce his engagement to the former Miss Van Schnook, nee Millicent. The bride and groom hereby request your presence.
Presidents. No. Try it again, son.
President.
Oh, we are only on that tape. See the sneaky way I underline the word presence. Continue, Eddie.
Okay. Clothes will be optional, but we prefer black tie. Clothes will be optional.
Well, that don't apply to the ladies, of course. Might be a little gaudy. Continue, Eddie.
Obscene language will not be tolerated, as ceremony will be civil. Signed, Cobina Wright. Cobina Wright?
Gives it a little touch of class. Boy, it's going to be a big night for 3rd Avenue, all right?
Say, Archie, I hear you're getting married.
Yeah.
Oh, well, may I propose a toast?
Oh, thank you, Miss Duffy. What's the toast?
There's nothing so sweet as a wedding in June. Here's to the bride and here's to the goon.
No, you're bitter, huh? Just mad because you're still on the shelf.
Oh, yeah? I could have got off the shelf plenty of times.
Enumerate the opportunities. Who?
Well, for one, Ernest Diefendorfer. For two, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder. And for three, Harold Harkelroad.
How did she ever miss Adolf Schicklgruber? These guys all wanted to marry her?
They certainly did. In fact, Harold Harkelroad turned to drink when I refused to marry him.
Naturally, a thing like that calls for a celebration. But if you had all these proposals, how come your old man has a standing offer of 2 white shirts to any guy that'll go out with you? And he'll even shorten the sleeves.
Archie, that's a lie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was Mama that said she'd shorten the sleeves. Besides, you're somebody to talk. I'd like to see what's marrying you.
What's marrying me happens to be a very beautiful society dame from a family with yachts and swimming pools and package cars. And I'm going to be the man that owns one.
Oh, just marrying her for her father's money, huh?
Who's marrying her for father's money? I'd marry her no matter whose money it was. And I resent the inference that I'm a piccolo.
Say, Art, by the way, did you get the wedding ring yet?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Give me that phone. Hello? Tiffany and Schwartz? Genuine department, please. Hello? Genuine? Mr. Tiffany? This is Archie of Duffy's Tavern. I'm thinking about getting married. Thank you. Tell me, Mr. Tiffany, what have you got in a diamond wedding ring? Something with a nice large floor. Huh? How many carats? I know, about 30 or 40. How much? Let me talk to Schwartz. Hello, Schwartz? What have you got in a nice diamond ring? Oh, up to about $5. Huh? You'll let me know as soon as the glass blower comes back from lunch? Okay, Schwartz, I'll wait for your call.
Gosh, $5 for a wedding ring?
So what? I make that kind of dough in a couple of days. Besides, this is one marriage I want to get started right. You see, Finnegan, a woman is a peculiar thing. You've got to approach her tenderly, like a delicate flower, else love is apt to wane out the window.
Yeah. Art, how did you ever learn so much about love?
Just observation. You see, before I worked at Duffy's, I used to be flashlight man in a drive-in movie.
Well, gee, you certainly learned a lot.
Well, thanks.
Good evening, Archie, me boy.
Well, Clancy to come.
Then company evening to you.
Thanks. In the back of me hand to you, sir. Eddie, some bourbon. 3 fingers for the long arm.
Thank you, Archie. I could use a pick-me-up. You know, we had our annual policeman's ball last night. Oh, I feel terrible.
Oh, wine, women, and song, huh?
Yes, but not necessarily in that order. It's too bad you weren't there, Archie.
No, Clancy, my days is over as a spinster. I got to settle down now that I'm getting married.
You? Taking the leap?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you always played hard to get.
I did, but I found if you play too hard to get, you don't get got.
Well, I certainly hope you found the right girl, Archie. You know, choosing a wife is a serious business. When you embark on the sea of matrimony, make sure you don't do what I did and get a leaky bolt. You never know what kind of a woman you get until after you marry her.
Yeah, it's like taking a poke at a pig, ain't it?
Well, I tell you, Archie, marriage is just like a hot bath. After a while, it ain't so hot. Take my case, for example. Mrs. C and I were married in a beautiful little ceremony over in Ireland. In accordance with the tradition, first I kissed the Blarney Stone, and then I kissed Mrs. Clancy. You know, the Blarney Stone had more pucker than she did.
Yeah, I've met Mrs. Clancy. Pretty horrible kisser.
That's right. You have met her, haven't you?
Yeah, but the dame I'm marrying is different. Plenty of dough, gorgeous figure, loaded with money, beautiful eyes, loaded with dough.
Just a second, Arch. You wouldn't be thinking of taking money from a woman, would you?
Is there a law?
But, Archie, that would make you a leech and a parasite.
Leave us not think of me as a leech or a parasite, Clancy. Leave us just think of the dame as an art supporter. Art supporter, hey, that's good. I think I can at the Walter Winchell. Reminding me to do that, will you, Eddie?
Okay. By the way, this telegram just arrived for you.
A telegram for me? Let's see. Hey, it's from Millicent. She says yes, she's going to marry me. She's on her way down here.
Oh, congratulations, Arch.
Well, thanks, Finnegan.
Congratulations, Mr. Archie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Condolences, Archie.
Now, wait a minute, Clancy.
I'm only kidding. Marriage is a fine institution. And underneath it all, I think Mrs. Clancy is the salt of the earth. I only wish I could shake her. Well, good luck to you, me boy.
Archie, may I offer my congratulations?
Well, thank you, Joe.
And I'd like to give you this little bottle as a wedding present.
You think I should be hitting the bottle so soon after I get married?
But you didn't look at it. It's a bottle of Vitalis. And Vitalis means well-groomed hair. Do you get it?
Not yet. Feed it to me slow.
Don't you see? If you use Vitalis, your hair will look, you'll be a well-haired groom.
Joe, is your last name Miller?
All right, so I'm not so good with the jokes, Arch, but you've got to admit that what I say is true. Vitalis is perfect for well-groomed hair, and it's particularly good if you're troubled with dry, unruly hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and a 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. Look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
What are you doing there, Archie?
Studying over these travel folders, Miss Duffy. I'm trying to figure out where to go on me honeymoon now. Newport, Palm Springs. Palm Springs, that might not be bad. I hear they get some pretty nice-looking dames down there.
Yeah, they'll come in handy on your honeymoon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, let's see. Bermuda, Cuba, Nassau.
How about Lithuania?
Why Lithuania?
What's wrong with Lithuania?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, that settles that. Now, where else could we go? Miami, Monte Carlo. Why would anybody want to go to Lithuania?
Katrinka Yabats comes from Lithuania.
So what?
Katrinka's a very nice girl.
Well, so is Millicent a very nice girl, and Millicent's the one I'm going on my honeymoon with.
Well, okay then.
Okay.
Go anywhere you want.
That's just what I'm going to do.
I still think you ought to go to Lithuania.
I think you should go someplace. Let's look over this folder here, Eddie. Honolulu, just overnight from Los Angeles by Pan American Airways, only $3.38 round trip, including sleeper. Eddie, remind me to pack me sheer black pajamas. Don't bother me now, Finnegan. The dame I'm going to marry, me future spouse, is going to be here any minute, and we got to get busy. We ain't even shoveled an aisle through the sawdust yet.
You mean you're going to have the wedding here?
Why not? People get married over the radio. They get married in theaters and airplanes.
That's right, Arch. I even heard about a couple getting married in a church.
Yeah, certainly. Now, let's see. I got to get the ring, and the minister, the carnations for the ushers.
How about orange blossoms for the bride?
Let's not spoil her, Eddie. Just whip up a couple of martinis. Now, let's see. I'll need striped pants and a castaway coat, and I've got to make reservations for a trip through the Tunnel of Love. Now, what else?
What kind of music are you going to have at the wedding, Archie?
Well, we're going to have organ music, of course.
Organ, huh? Oh, that's nice. Who's going to pass the tin cup, you?
Frustrated humor if I ever heard it. Miss Duffy, this ain't going to be no hurdy-gurdy organ. It's going to be a beautiful pipe organ playing the wedding march.
I'll bet you wouldn't even know which wedding march to play.
Well, how many wedding marches is there?
There's two. Lohengrin's and Mendelssohn's.
And which one do you like best?
Well, Mendelssohn has always been my favorite.
And I'll bet you was his, too. And that's the one we're going to play.
What a dopey wedding.
What did you say?
I think I made myself plain.
No, Mother Nature took care of that. Now, look, Miss Duffy, please, don't leave us argue on me wedding night.
Miss Archie, if this wedding is going to take place tonight, don't you think you ought to rehearse it a little?
A good idea, Eddie. Yeah, who could be the preacher?
I'll do it.
Good. Now, who could be the bride?
How about me?
Not even by proxy. Let's see, who could be the bride?
Art.
There's my girl. Finnegan, how would you like to be me bride?
Okay, Art, but first I think we'd better get me mother's consent.
No, it's only make-believe. Now, here, hold me hand.
Hold your hand?
Yeah, okay. Now, start the ceremony, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here...
Just a minute, Eddie. What's the matter, Finnegan? Can't you stand still?
Well, I'm nervous, George. This is a big step in me life. It worries me. Suppose we ain't compatible.
Well, if we ain't, we'll just shake hands like little gentlemen and call it off. Now, go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Just a second. Not that I want to butt in, but don't you think the bride should have on something old and something new?
Hey, this is one time she's right. Finnegan, you got on anything that's old?
Yeah, my pants.
What about something new?
The patches.
Well, I guess that'll cover it. All right, proceed ahead, Eddie.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Art, I can't go through with it.
What's the matter?
I feel silly marrying you.
Why?
Well, you're so much taller than I am.
Would the bride please keep her trap shut? Now, come on, let's get this over with. Do you, Mr. Archie, take Miss Millicent to be your lawful wedded wife?
Miss Millicent?
Yeah.
So already you got another woman, huh?
And there ain't no other woman. That's just an example, a metaphor.
I don't care what your metaphor. Get her out of my house.
Maybe we better make it so he can understand it. Call the bride Finnegan.
Okay. Do you, Miss Finnegan, take Mr. Archie to be your lawful wedded husband?
Do I?
What?
Do I?
Finnegan, it's I do.
Okay, then you marry him.
Finnegan, this ain't a real wedding. It's only kind of, mock believe. Now, try it again, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, who's that dame that just come in the door there? Better go over and see what she wants, Eddie.
Okay, I'll be right back.
The preacher has to go wait on a customer. What a place for a wedding.
Miss Duffy, to me and me bride, this place will be the little church around the corner. Don't forget, to people in love, things only seem to be what they are.
And Miss Archie, guess what?
What?
That girl that just come in is your bride-to-be.
You mean that is Millicent? That gorgeous hunk of punkritude?
That's right.
She's beautiful. Hubba. Pardon me, are you really Millicent?
That's right.
There you are, Chief.
Miss Van Schnook, would you mind to repeat that?
There you are, Jay.
Finnegan, is there any limbs missing from your family tree?
Well, are you ain't you, Archie?
Why?
Well, if you are, I'm your little Millie.
Millie, I got sad news for you. Archie just left town. He went back to his wife and his 12 children.
Gee, I've been tilted.
Well, I think you're better off, Miss Van Schnook. That Archie was never no good anyhow, you know. He's a cheat and a crook and a no-good bum. Tell her about him, Eddie.
No, go on. You know the facts better than me.
See what I mean?
Well, I guess I'll just have to go back home and try me luck again.
Don't leave, Millie. I think you're kind of cute.
Say, you're pretty cute, too. I think we got something in common.
I wonder what it could be. Hey, I got it. Do you like Tootsie Rolls?
I love them.
I'll bet that's what it is. What do you say we go down to the candy store and split one?
Can I trust you?
Well, sure you can trust me. I'll divide it even.
Okay, it's a deal. So long, everybody.
So long, everybody.
Well, so long, you lucky couple. I hope you'll always be happy together. And if you have any children, name them after, the Gargantua.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, Benex, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York. Only one tube to a customer.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer expires May 1st.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Next week, Charles Coburn. Well, he's sort of an old Jolson. Yeah, the only difference between Jolson and Coburn is that when Jolson gets down on one knee, there's a chance that he'll be proposing to a dame. Well, anyway, Coburn will be here next week, Duffy. Be sure to listen in, huh? Okay, goodbye.
Time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Charles Coburn. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. In our studies of the life and times of Chester A. Riley, we have seen our hero as worker, philosopher, and child psychologist. This evening, our curtain rises to reveal Riley, the socially conscious citizen, expressing his profound views on the subject of neighborhood betterment.
That's a lot of bunk. Neighborhood betterment. Do I have to go to the meeting tonight, Peg?
Well, you promised, Dr. Martin, and it's about time you took an interest in some community activity.
Oh, it's a waste of time. Do I have to go, Peg? Do I?
Oh, I don't understand you. Don't you want to improve this neighborhood?
No.
How can you say that?
No, I'm no fool. I can just see myself working like a dog, improving the neighborhood. And it gets better and better and better. First thing you know, I ain't good enough to live in it, and they kick me out. Oh, they ain't going to trap me.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Yeah, look what happened to us when we lived in North Hollywood. I slaved away on that community entertainment committee. A fat lot of thanks I ever got.
Well, what did you expect? They asked you to get some entertainment for the old men's home. And who do you bring there? Bubbles Latour and her burlesque bombshells.
Yeah, the old guys loved it. Was a tonic for him. When Bubbles stepped out on that stage, all those old men jumped up and threw their canes away.
Yes, and then they all fell down.
Well, why drag in North Hollywood? I'm talking about this neighborhood.
Well, so am I. And the least you can do is try to better it for your children's sake.
Don't you worry about my children. Worry about your own children. I mean, our kids are okay. They don't need improving.
Now, listen, Riley. You promised Dr. Martin that you'd...
That's so loud. You wake Junior. The little darling is...
Junior's still out.
Out? Why, the little hobo. I told him to be in bed at 8:30. He's got an exam tomorrow. No kid of mine is going to roam the streets till all hours of the morning.
I made it. It's only 8:30.
8:32. You're late.
Well, gee, I'm only 2 minutes late, Pop.
Oh, sure. Tonight it's 2 minutes. Next time it's 2 hours. Pretty soon you're staying out all night. You'll wind up a bum.
Oh, Riley.
Well, don't laugh. If there's one thing I know, it's how you wind up as a bum. Where were you?
Well, I was just loafing on the corner with the fellas.
What fellas?
Well, the gang.
The gang. You hear that, Peg? Our own son, a gangster.
He is not.
Here,
now,
this neighborhood is making a juvenile delinquent out of your own son, and all you can say is calm down.
Well, don't stand here yelling about it. If you want to improve the neighborhood, go to the meeting and do some yelling there.
I will, and don't you try to stop me. My head's made up.
And now, if there is no further business before the Neighborhood Betterment League, the chair will entertain a moment.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Martin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Riley.
Thank you. I recognize the chair. I got something to say. Do the members of this organization realize that this neighborhood ain't fit to bring kids up in? Do you realize our kids are going around in gangs like gangsters? All day they're loafing on corners like loafers. Every night they're roaming the streets like Romans.
Mr. Riley.
This neighborhood is making juvenile delinquents out of our kids. And it's time we did something about it. We got to get the kids off the streets.
Mr. Riley, your concern is very natural, but our Committee on Juvenile Activities has found, I am happy to report, that our particular community is absolutely free of delinquency.
The committee is cockeyed. I tell you, the kids around here...
Mr. Riley, this committee consisted of some of our leading citizens. Their report found no evidence of any juvenile delinquency.
No, they must have been bought off. Those kids are loaded with dough. No, wait, you can't shut me up. I can talk. I ain't home, you know. And I tell you, I'm positive that there's plenty of
Mr. Riley, it's getting late. Would you like to head a committee and bring in a report for our next meeting?
I accept the honor. Who'd like to be on my committee? Just raise your hand. Nobody want to be on my committee? I'll take anybody. Okay, if that's your attitude, I'll be a committee of one. And I'll bring in a report, and it'll be unanimous. You'll see, Peg. I'm going to watch that boy of ours, every suspicious move he makes.
Oh, Riley, will you settle down? Our son is not a juvenile delinquent.
Well, he will be when I get through with him. I mean, Peg, you're too easygoing.
Junior's a good boy, and his friends are good boys.
Oh, you talk just like those guys at the meeting.
Well, they're right. After all, the people on the committee were experts, and their reports
That's right.
say...
Take their side against mine. They're experts. I'm just a nobody.
I didn't say
I'm
that.
uneducated.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm just a big dope. Aha, got you there.
Let's drop the whole subject.
Yeah, I'm going to have my own investigation. I'm going to find out what Junior does with every single minute of his time.
I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah, well, I bet you can't tell me where he is this minute. Go on, Smarty Pants. Where is he? Tell me. Where is he? Where is he? Go ahead, tell me.
There he is, across the street, sitting on Herbie Wenger's front porch.
Yeah, some kid. He's only happy when he double-crosses his father.
Now, dear, why don't you admit you're all wrong about this?
No.
Oh, come on, Riley.
Well, yeah, I guess I am acting kind of silly, Dumpling. Here I've been trying to make out Junior's hanging out with hoodlums, and all the time he's sitting across from our house playing with his little friends. Look at those sweet kids. After all, what's the harm in a bunch of kids playing cards? Why, cards! They're playing cards. Our Junior is gambling.
Oh, no. Riley, where are you going?
You go on home, Peg. I'll handle this alone. I'll show that committee of experts. Will their faces be red when I prove that my own son is a juvenile delinquent?
Okay, now, abracadabra, mola, ooka dooka, and here's the cards you picked, the 10 of diamonds.
Gee, well, that's a swell trick. How'd you do it, Junior?
Oh, anybody can do it. It's a marked deck. You get them in the magic store, 20 cents.
Oh, what did you tell him for, Egbert? You're always blabbing.
Oh, well, no wonder you could do all those card tricks.
Hey, look, there's your father, Junior.
Oh, hi there, Pop. How would you show
Give me
us
them cards.
Huh?
Gambling in the streets.
Oh, no, Mr. Riley.
I got eyes. I seen you.
Well, I was just doing a few tricks.
Likely story. I'm surprised at you, Junior. When a Riley gets caught doing something crooked, he admits it, because he's honest.
But, Pop...
Now, look, fellas. Don't you know that gambling is only for suckers? It never pays. It can't pay.
Oh, we were just having some fun.
Oh, sure. That's how every gambler starts, for fun. Then he starts doing it for money. He loses a little, so he gambles more to win it back. He loses more. Soon it's in his blood. He can't stop. His wife and children are starving at home, but he don't care. He keeps on gambling. I'm appealing to you. Give up this gambling, boys. Go home to your wife and children.
But, Mr. Riley, I haven't any children.
We're talking about gambling.
Pop, we weren't gambling.
Oh, stubborn, huh? You won't listen to reason. Okay, I'll prove it to you.
Oh, what are you doing, Mr. Riley?
Oh, don't be so innocent. You know what I'm doing. I'm dealing poker. Now get your money out.
Well, I haven't got any money.
Well, I'll lend you money. Here.
I don't know how to play poker.
I'll teach you. I'll prove to you kids you can't win when you're up against a smart operator. I'll open the pot for a dime. Now, come on, play. You staying, Junior?
Well, okay.
Well, put in a dime.
Okay.
I'm in, too.
Here's my dime.
Oh, good. Now, how many cards you want, Junior?
4. Hey, this is fun.
Yeah, it won't be fun when you lose. I've seen homes wrecked by gambling.
I'll take 2, please.
2.
3.
3, okay. I'll stand pat. You kids are suckers. I bet a quarter. You better drop out.
I'll raise you a quarter, Pop, if you'll lend me a quarter.
Oh, sure, here. Falling right into my trap. Well, I'll see you the quarter, Junior. I won't raise you even though I got a pair of jacks. I bluffed you. It's a shame to take your dog.
Take your hand off that money. I got 4 aces. Come on, fellas. I'll treat you all to sodas.
Wait a minute. You can't quit when I'm losing. One more deal.
I don't want to play anymore.
Sit down, Junior. Pick up your cards.
Hey, Pop, look, there's a...
I mixed them up good this time. And...
Mr. Riley, it's the cops.
Well, tell them to beat it. We don't want no kibbutz or future. The cops! Take it, the cops! Take it, the cops!
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Riley. What'll people say? Just listen to this part. When booked at Central Police Station...
Put the paper down, Peg. I don't want to hear no more about it.
Riley defended himself as a civic reformer and asserted the reason he was playing poker with 3 children was his passion for stamping out juvenile delinquency.
I ain't listening.
However, the marked cards found in his possession led the police to suspect he was fleecing the 3 boys.
I wasn't fleecing them. They was fleecing me. I'll sue those cops. 3rd degree, that's what it was. And your son over there. Fine, loyal type he turned out to be. He answered everything the police asked him.
Well, gee, they kept asking questions.
So let him ask. It's time you learned that we've got a code in the underworld. No squealing.
Stop blaming Junior. If you'd left those boys alone...
Gee, I told you we weren't gambling. We were just
I don't want to hear no more of your alibis, Junior. This is what comes from letting kids roam the streets in the dead of night.
Oh, it was only 8 o'clock. Now stop all this.
Stop. I ain't even started. I'm going to get those kids off the street at night. You'll see.
Riley, you've got to stop interfering. Now, this is none of your business.
It is so. You're forgetting that I happen to be the official committee on juvenile delinquency in this neighborhood, and I'm cleaning those kids off the street if I have to become a street cleaner.
And just how do you propose to do it? Have a curfew?
A what?
A curfew. That's what they used in the old days to get people off the street.
Oh, the old days, huh? Well, that's it. If a curfew can get those kids off the streets, I'm going right down to Stefanati's antique shop.
Huh? What for?
I'm going to get the best second-hand curfew that money can buy.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken, everyone's spreading the good news about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Yes, Prell's making shampoo news in 2 ways.
First, Prell uncovers a natural radiance in your hair no soap shampoo can match. Because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film.
Second, Prell removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And Prell goes farther than any other known shampoo, cream or liquid, because it's concentrated for economy. You use less, get more lather. One trial will prove it.
So for hair radiantly lovely, free of unsightly dandruff, ask for
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
by Prell. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, Riley, you can't be serious about this.
Well, I certainly am. What do you think I bought this curfew for? Listen, it works great. That's a real good curfew.
It's a cowbell.
It is not a cowbell. Anyway, it'll do the trick. I'm going to march through the neighborhood every night at 9 o'clock. I read in the library how the town crier did that in the olden days.
Well, I never heard of such a thing.
Right after night, the kids are going to hear this bell, and they'll follow me home. Like in that fairy tale, I'll be the pie-eyed piper.
I won't let you do it, do you hear?
I know my duty. Now, it's no use arguing. Lots of times before you said you wouldn't let me do things, and what happened?
You didn't do them.
Well, you used to trick me. You'd kiss me, and I'd weaken, and then you'd kiss me again, and I'd forget all about it. Now, when you kiss me, well, I'm a little older. It's no novelty. Now, so you're getting excited, Peg. I'm ringing that curfew tonight.
You're not. I don't want people to find out I'm married to a lunatic.
Stop worrying. If they haven't found it out by now, they never will. Peg, You're mixing me all up. Now, excuse me, I'm going to take a little nap. I got a hard night's work ahead of me.
Riley.
Wake me up at 9 o'clock sharp.
Riley,
Hey, I'm trying to take a nap.
Oh, all right.
Are you going out, Mom?
Oh, yes, dear. I promised to go over to Mrs. Anderson's tonight. Listen, Junior.
What's up, Mom?
I don't want your father to hear. Now, he's taking a nap in there, and he expects me to wake him at 9 so he can ring that silly curfew.
Oh, brother.
Now, let him sleep. Once he dozes off, he's liable to sleep right through the night in that chair. So don't make any noise.
Oh, don't worry, Mom. You leave it to me. Curfew shall not ring tonight. Is that you, Mom?
Junior, what are you doing out of bed? It's after midnight.
I woke up. I thought there was an earthquake.
An earthquake?
Yeah, but it was only Pop snoring. Listen.
Oh. But he didn't wake up, huh?
No.
Good. Well, tomorrow I'll talk him out of this curfew business. Look at him, sitting there with that silly bell in his hand. Oh, well, I better get him to bed. Riley. Riley, wake up.
What's the matter? What time is it?
Well, it's late, dear. It's time you were...
Curfew! Well, thanks for waking me. Where's my bell?
But, Riley, wait a minute.
I can't stop now. I'll see you later.
Come back here.
Curfew! 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 9 o'clock. All kids in bed. Curfew! Curfew!
Hey, what's going on down there?
Curfew!
Huh? Hey, pipe down. Cut out that noise.
Curfew!
Hey, who's making all that noise down there with that bell?
Curfew!
Curfew? Go home, you just...
Curfew! Keep it the top! The top!
It's disgraceful, that's what it is. Absolutely disgraceful.
Put down that paper. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Look at that headline. Paul Revere Riley rides again. Without a horse.
Arresting innocent citizens. I'm through paying taxes.
And just listen to this. We had to release him, asserted Police Chief Lou Schneider. We wouldn't have enough jails if we had to lock up every crackpot.
Crackpots, huh? I'm suing them for libel. They got no proof.
Believe me, dear, they've got all the proof they need.
Oh. So you're against me, too?
Oh, no, I'm not. But after all...
You'd think a guy's own wife would stick by him. After the kind of a husband I've been, too. Well, I'm through.
Riley, well, wait. Where are you going?
I'm leaving. And I ain't never coming back. Never. Goodbye. What time is supper, Peg? Oh, what a mess. I try to straighten people out and everybody laughs.
Nobody laughs when I do it.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. Greetings. You're looking... going my way.
Oh, Digger, I got in an awful mess. You heard about me and my bell. Huh?
Yes, I heard about it. Of course, the papers must have exaggerated.
No, I woke up the whole neighborhood.
That's not true. Nobody stirred down at my place.
Well, I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to clean up this juvenile delinquency around here.
Well, I'm an old hand at this civic reform. Years ago, the small town I lived in was overrun with horrible vice. It was wide open.
Well, what happened?
I ran for mayor on the reform ticket. My campaign slogan was, elect Digby Odell. He'll put the lid on.
Did you win?
No. Try as I might, I couldn't dig up enough voters. What a landslide. Riley, you're not the type to meddle in these matters. Your approach was too drastic.
I know what I'm doing.
Ah, foolish you. As usual, rushing heedlessly pell-mell toward disaster. You remind me of a daredevil pilot friend of mine, John Brown, whose epitaph now reads, "Here lies John Brown, who flew his plane a bare 6 feet above the terrain. But alas and alack for reckless John Brown, he was 6 feet up, now he's 6 feet down."
Well, I did the best I knew how. Everybody saw at me. I tried to explain, but I can't open their eyes.
Who can? Sometimes a gentle approach is more effective. Now take my advice, Riley. Go to the boys. Win their confidence. Become their friend. That's the way to reform them.
Yeah? Yeah, maybe that's the best way. I'll be their pal. Oh, Digger, you made me feel 100% better. From now on, whenever I need a lift, you're going to be the first person I go to.
Strange. I'm usually the last person people go to. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Another round of soda for the boys, Joe. Make them doubles this year.
Really terrific, thanks, Bob. Mr. Riley. It's sure swell you to treat us like this. You're okay. You know, all the guys in the neighborhood are here.
Oh, it's nothing, boys. Forget it. But as long as we're all here, I'd like to tell you a little story. Story about what the streets can do to a boy. A boy who almost went bad, but in the end went good. I am that boy. The story begins...
Well, so long, Mr. Riley. I gotta go.
Wait a minute, fellas. No, wait. Don't go. Hey, Joe, another round of sodas for the boys.
Oh, no, thanks, Mr. Riley. I've had 5 sodas already. I had 6.
Have 7. A round number. Well, kids, as I grew up, I was absolutely no good. Always loafing around the streets. I was a real tramp. Hanging around pool rooms, shooting dice, playing horses and women. Well, by that time I was 8 years old. 16 more sodas, Joe. And then... Peg, you should have been there. It worked like a charm. I got those kids reformed 100%.
That's fine, dear.
Yeah, I made up this phony story about my life, see, and I explained how I wanted to keep them off the streets, and they was with me to the last little man. And it was love that done it.
Love and ice cream sodas. $8 worth.
It was worth every penny. I'll show you. Look out in the street. Not a kid in sight.
What? Well, that's right.
And it's only 5:30.
Well, that's very strange. Usually they're all out playing at this time. Maybe you did convince him about more studying.
Well, that's what I've been telling you, Peg.
Right.
Hey, look, that's Dr. Martin. Come here, Doc. He's the chairman of the Betterment League. He tried to shut me up at the meeting.
Now, you take it easy.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Riley.
You're just the guy I want to see, Doc. You're the one who said there's nothing I could do about juvenile delinquency around here. Well, take a good look around you. Not a kid on the street. They're all home. And I'm the one who's responsible. You can't deny that.
No, I can't.
Yes, sir. I've done it, and you know how I done it?
I certainly do. I've just treated 16 boys in this neighborhood for acute gastritis, ice cream soda poisoning, and their parents insist that you pay the bill for my services. Here, $48.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Thousands of letters praise new Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Detroit, Michigan, Miss Eleanor P. Koss writes,
The other night I tried Prel for the first time. I could hardly believe how soft, silky, and easy to do it left my hair. And even my boyfriend remarks about the dainty scent of my Prel-washed hair.
Yes, everyone talks about Prel because Prel leaves hair excitingly radiant. Removes unsightly dandruff quickly. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo.
Well, I'll see you later, Peg.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Well, there's another meeting of the Betterment League tonight.
And you're going?
Well, sure. I got lots of ideas how to improve...
Don't go. There's a good movie at the Bijou.
But, Peg, last week you said I should go to the... Oh, I see. You ain't got no confidence in me. You're afraid I'll make trouble again. You don't think I'm any good.
Oh, no, dear. It isn't that. It's just that, well, those men there really don't understand you. You see, you're so much smarter than they are.
Oh, Duffy, you're so right. What's playing at the movies tonight?
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Schiff and Alan Lipscott. Direction by Mitch Lindem. Music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Junior is Tommy Cook. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker.
Listen, everybody. No matter what your job, housewife, mechanic, office worker, salesman, you need Lava Soap to get dirty hands sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. 50,000 tiny scrubbers in every inch of Lava's snowy lather remove the deep, ground-in dirt from skin crevices around fingernails. Get the grime and grease ordinary wash-ups miss. And Lava is wonderful for cleaning children's grubby, grimy knees and elbows. Amazingly gentle, too. And say, here's a sensational offer. Lava will send you 12 large-sized gladiolus bulbs, guaranteed to bloom this year or your money back. All you do is this. Simply mail 25 cents in coin and one Lava Soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio. Still easier, your dealer has convenient order blanks. This offer, good everywhere in the United States except Montana, is made for a limited time only. So hurry, send now. The address, Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio.
And this is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. And now, stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Cedric are still missing, and no one has been able to dig up any clues that might shed light on this mystery. Mr. Fremont, the detective on the case, thought he was hot on Lum's trail yesterday when he overheard a phone conversation in which Abner was talking about hiding somebody in the barn loft. However, this turned out to be nothing more than a dog that belonged to Abner's daughter, Little Pearl. As we look in on the little community today, we find Squire Skimp in the Jot 'em Down store. Mousey Gray has just entered. Listen.
Well, howdy, Mousey. Come in, come in.
Howdy, Squire. Wonderful world.
Yes, wonderful world, Mousey. Yes, anything I can do for you?
No, sir, I'm just looking for Mr. Fremont. Have you seen him?
Well, no. Well, that is not today. I'm sure he's still in town, though.
Well, I guess I'd better be going then. I thought sure I'd find him here at the store.
No, I'm the only one here, Mousey. I'm taking care of things while Abner's off on some wild goose chase up in the hills.
Up in the hills? Has he disappeared, too?
No, he just went up there to look for Lum. He has some harebrained idea that Lum is hiding in one of those old caves on Piney Mountain, which, of course, is ridiculous. My guess is that Lum's a lot farther away from Pine Ridge than that by now.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess I better be going. If you see Mr. Fremont, why, tell him that I want to see him.
Yes, all right, Mousey. What shall I tell him that it's about?
Oh, just say that Operator XW9 is ready.
Operator XW. Well, what's the meaning of that, Mousey?
I'll see you later, Squire.
Oh, well, now, wait. Come back here, Mousey.
Wonderful world, Squire.
Yes, wonderful world. Operator XW9. What in the world can that boy be up to? Hello, Squire Skimp's office, insurance, bonds, and real estate. Jot 'em down, store. I beg your pardon. Oh, hello, Caleb. No, Abner isn't back yet. Yeah, well, now, if he finds out anything about Cedric or Lum, well, I'll have him call you. You saw who? Oh, Mousey, yes. Wearing a mustache. Well, I do know. Just a minute, Caleb. I see someone coming in the store. Oh, it's Mr. Fremont. I better hang up, Caleb, but now, if I hear anything, I'll let you know. All right, Caleb. Not at all. Goodbye. Well, howdy, Mr. Fremont. Come in, sir. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Skimp. Where's Peabody today? Is he in?
Why, no. He went up... Well, I sworn to goodness, Mr. Fremont, what's happened to you?
Oh, you mean these scratches on my face?
Yes.
That's only half of it. You should see me in a bathing suit.
Well, what happened, Mr. Fremont?
Well, I'm not sure. All I know is that it's part of some diabolical plan Peabody has cooked up to get rid of me.
Well...
Last night he gave me some hot tips where Edwards might be hiding. Well, I followed them, and look at me now.
I don't believe I quite understand, Mr. Fremont. Whereabouts did Abner send you?
Well, one of the places was a farm just north of town where there's a bunch of big fenced-in cages or something in the back.
Cages? Oh, yes. It must be the Macmillan place, yes. The Macmillan boys are great hunters. They're always bringing back wildcats or something to keep in those cages.
Wildcats?
Yes, sir.
Is that what they were? I could have sworn they were tigers or lions. Well, I thought I'd never get out of there alive. Man, those things nearly scratched me to pieces.
Yes, well, I must have a little talk with Abner. He shouldn't resort to such tricks. Well, I'm awful sorry to hear this, Mr. Fremont. I'm afraid that Abner is a trifle, impulsive.
Well, whatever it is, I wish he'd stop it. I don't know why he can't understand that he's only doing Edwards a lot of harm by keeping him hid this way. The longer Edward stays away, the tougher it's going to be on both of them. But by George, I can't convince Peabody of that.
Yes, well, I think it is all due to a strong sense of loyalty that Abner holds for Lum.
Yes, but he's not helping him this way. He's not being logical.
No, but, you find, Mr. Fremont, that Abner's actions are governed by his heart, not his head.
Well, this can't go on much longer. Oh, where did you say Peabody had gone?
Why, he went up into the mountains someplace to hunt for Lum.
To hunt for him?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't give me that. Peabody knows where his partner is.
No, I'm positive that he doesn't, Mr. Fremont.
Oh, come now, Mr. Skimp. You're old enough to know better than to act this way. I tell you, it's for Edward's own good that we find him.
Yes, sir, I know that. But I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Fremont. Well, of course, now I have a few theories that I'd be glad...
Theories. You're as bad as everyone else in this town. Well, just a matter of time before we catch up with Edwards. And when we do, Well, I'd hate to be in his shoes.
Oh, yes, it's a shame that he done this. It certainly is. By the way, Mr. Fremont, young Mousey Gray was looking for you.
Who was?
Mousey Gray. I believe he referred to himself as Operator XW9.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is young Mousey working for you, Mr. Fremont?
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, Mr. Skimp. If anything turns up, let me know.
Yes, all right. I'll be glad to do it. Just a minute, Mr. Fremont. I believe there comes Abner now.
Oh, good.
Yes, I know you want to stay and see him.
Yes, of course. It's about time I had a showdown with him.
Well, howdy, Abner. Have any luck on your trip?
Hi, Doggy Squire. I looked all over. Well, hello, Mr. Fremont. I never knowed you still here.
Oh, you're not rid of me yet, Mr. Peabody. I may be around here a long time. Unless you decide to get sensible and start talking.
Well, now, I've told you all I'm going to tell you. If you never found Lum in none of them places I told you about, why, doggies, what's the matter with your face?
I can't imagine. Now, look, Peabody, why don't you and I stop playing games?
Games? We ain't playing no games. Well, of course, now, if you're any good at checkers, I'll get the board out.
I'm not talking about checkers.
Well, I don't believe I know no other games. Wait a minute. There comes Mousey Gray yonder. Reckon what he wants, he quit the store here once.
Well, I believe he has a new job now, doesn't he, Mr. Fremont?
I don't know. Does he?
Well, howdy, Mousey. Come on in. Doggies, you're welcome here any time. Well, thank you, Abner. Oh, hello, Mr. Fremont. I've been looking for you.
Oh, you have? Well, fine.
Well, could I talk to you now?
Well, yes, certainly.
Alone? Alone? What do you want to see him alone for, Mousey?
Come along, Abner. I guess you and I had better step out of the store for a few minutes and let these gentlemen do their talking in private. Come along now.
Well, now, here's what...
Come along, Abner.
Well, all right. Doggies, every time something secret comes up around here, I always have to get out of the way.
All right. We're alone now, Mr. Gray. What have you found out?
Well, you promised if I'd help you, why, you'd call me Operator XW9.
Okay, Operator XW9 then. I'll call you anything you like. You're the only person in this whole town I've found who's willing to help me.
Well, sir, I've always wanted to be a detective, Mr. Fremont.
Well, that's fine. Now, what have you found out?
Well, I have it all written down here. I made out a sort of a report for you.
Good. Let's have it.
I like to be systematic about everything, don't you, Mr. Fremont?
Yes, of course. What information have you got?
If you're systematic, you get more accomplished in a shorter time, I always say.
Yeah, that's the right idea. Well, what have you accomplished so far? Anything definite?
Oh, yes, sir. It's all definite. Do you want to hear it?
Of course. I knew if I'd get a local man to help me out accomplish something. Go ahead. Read it.
All right, sir. Report of Operator XW9.
Mm-hmm.
Hours on duty, 14. Time out for meals, 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Now, look, I don't care about that. Get to the important stuff.
Yes, sir. Building shattered. Cedric's house, Cedric's garage, Lum's house, Lum's store.
Great guns, I'm not interested in that. What did you find out?
Well, sir, I'm coming to that. Disguises worn while on duty. Black mustache and red wig and black mustache, gray beard and red mustache.
Good grief, man, you're driving me crazy. What have you found out about where Edwards is hiding? That's what I told you to get.
Yes, sir. Well, that comes next here. Information on Lum's hiding place.
Yeah?
Secret Operator XW9 reports herewith to date that Lum Edwards, escaped criminal, is definitely not hiding at home. He is not hiding at the store.
I know that.
He is not hiding at Cedric Wehunt's. He is not hiding at Abner Peopel.
I know all the places where he isn't hiding. Mr. Gray, what I want to know is where is he hiding?
Well, sir, now, that's something that I've been unable to get any information on at all. That's the only little detail that I haven't been able to work out for you, Mr. Fremont.
that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Fred Clark, Roy Glenn, Lillian Randolph, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Charles Correll. I want to remind you that Rexall's big Golden Jubilee sale is now going strong, and it continues until the closing of the stores next Saturday night. So, friends, this coming week, don't fail to take advantage of the really wonderful anniversary bargains, the Golden Jubilee specials, just waiting for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Well, everything is quiet this evening at the home of George Kingfish Stevens and his wife, Sapphire. The Kingfish is reading the newspaper, his wife, Sapphire's knitting, and her mother is relaxing in a comfortable chair reading a detective story magazine.
Oh, dear me. Ooh! How shocking. How frightful. Why, this is the most horrible thing I ever saw. What's the matter, Mama?
Yeah, what you doing, Mama? Looking in the mirror again?
No, fathead, I'm reading this detective magazine.
I guess there's some terrible cases in them detective magazines, ain't there, Mama?
No, something right cute.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Now, here's one here where a woman's husband was a drinking man.
Mm-hmm.
So one night he come home under the influence. And she and her mama, they tucked him in for the night.
Yeah, well, what's so cute about that?
They wrapped him in aluminum foil and they tucked him in the deep freezer.
What a happy old lady you was, Mama. You about as jolly as a grave digger with a new shovel.
You know, Mama, what I like about them detective magazines is them pictures in the back. Mm-hmm. You know, the one that offers rewards for criminals that's at large.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here it is.
Let's see.
Look at Sapphire.
Oh, say, Mama, that man in this picture, he looks familiar. The one with the derby.
Yeah. Where did I see that big, fat, stupid face before? Oh, let me see here. $300 reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Andrew H. Brown.
Andy Brown?
No fooling.
Yes. See here, right, Franklin J. Montgomery, 148 State Street, Jacksonville, Florida.
Holy mackerel, somebody looking for Andy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. The only time he was in Jacksonville was when he took that cruise on that ship 2 years ago. Something must have happened then. Give me that magazine. I'm going down to the lodge hall. Well, let me sign the thing here now and get it in the envelope, and I'll mail it off to Mr. Montgomery. Wait a minute here, though. Is I doing the right thing? I needs the money, but Andy's my pal. Still, what in the world could be wrong with me?
George.
Who that?
George.
Who say that? If there's anything I can't stand, it's a voice with nobody at the end of it.
George, it's me. Your conscience. That's what's bothering you.
My conscience? Now, what you doing sneaking around here when I'm trying to turn a buck here?
George, Andy is your best friend. You can't betray him for $300.
Yeah, I wish it was $500, but these days you got to take what you can get.
George, tear up that letter.
No, conscience, no. I need the money.
George, you heard what I said. I'm watching you.
But close your eyes just this once and I'll split the money with you.
George, what would I do with money?
I don't know. Ain't you got no dues in the conscious union or nothing like that?
No.
Now, look, Conscience, I'll make a deal with you.
What kind of a deal, George?
Well, now, maybe this man Montgomery owes Andy money or something, you see? So let me go up and kind of feel out Andy before I mails the letter. I promise you this, Conscience. I'll tell Andy all the facts and let him decide for himself.
All right, George. That's the fair thing to do.
Okay, Conscience, but don't do this to me no more. This is the kind of stuff that's liable to put me out of business here.
Come in. Oh, hi, Kingfish.
Well, how is you, Andy, old pal? Say, Andy, would you mind if I wrote a letter down to Mr. Montgomery Jacksonville and get $300? You wouldn't mind a thing like that, would you, old pal?
Oh, hold it a minute here, Kingfish. Listen, when you had your mouth into overdrive there, did you happen to mention the name Montgomery?
Oh, yeah, that name means something to you, Andy?
Do it. That fellow Montgomery been looking for me for the past 2 years, ever since I took that cruise. And he been looking for me with a gun in his pocket, too.
Oh, a gal's papa, huh?
What do you mean, her papa? It's her brother.
Holy smoke, Andy, that's terrible. What in the world happened on that cruise?
Well, I tell you, Kingfish, it started the first night out.
Mm-hmm.
After dinner, I decided to sit out on the pomade deck and enjoy the stars.
Good, huh?
Yeah. And it was a real dark night that night.
Yeah.
There wasn't nothing but them wooden deck chairs. But way down at the end of the deck, I spotted one of them big inflated life rafts. So I made for that. You know, Kingfish, I can see it now. Yeah, I'll just sit here on this life raft. Here I is.
Please, you sitting on my lap.
Excuse me, lady. Excuse me. There was no lights on, and when I seen you hooking up in the darkness there, I thought you was full of air. Excuse me. I'll get another deck chair.
Oh, that's all right. My name's Corbell Montgomery.
Corbell Montgomery, huh?
You can sit right here on my lap.
Yeah, well, thank you, ma'am. Hey, you know something, Miss Montgomery? This is the first night out, and I was just thinking.
Oh, they put the deck lights on. Now we can get a good look at each other.
Yeah, well, that'll be, so long, Florbell.
That was something, Andy, yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I met Florbell Montgomery, Kingfish.
Pretty bad, huh? Had the kind of affairs that really hit you.
Oh, yeah. I was seasick for 3 days, and the captain said it was the calmest crossing they'd ever had.
Well, then I don't understand how you got messed up with her. Did the spell of the romantic Caribbean get to you?
No, I'll tell you what happened. One day I was talking to the wireless operator when I noticed a telegram that Florbell sent to a broker ordering 500 shares of U.S. Steel.
U.S. Steel, huh? From a stockbroker.
Oh, yeah, and right then and there I saw the course of true love. That night I done proposed.
Yeah, well, how come you never went through with the marriage, Andy?
Well, the last day of the cruise, the moon come out, and I got a good look at her silhouetted in the moonlight. Well, right then and there, I figured for me to break even on the deal, Steel would have to go up 900 points.
Well, what did you do, Andy?
Well, we docked the next morning, and I jumped ship 2 hours ahead of schedule. I went out of her life forever, via the garbage chute.
Now, look, Andy, I seen your picture in a detective magazine, but I didn't know it was nothing like this. Now, I read a letter to this Mr. Montgomery to get $300 reward.
You read a letter to do what?
Now, wait a minute. Don't get excited. I writ the letter, but I ain't mailed it yet. Now, I'll go back to the lodge hall and tear it up.
Well, you better, Kingfish, because if you mail it and Mr. Montgomery comes up here and kills me, I'm going to beat you to a pulp.
Hey, Lightning, there's a letter on my desk in the office with a special delivery stamp on it. Tear it up, will you?
I can't tear it up, Brother Kingfish.
Why not? It's right in there. No, it ain't. I think you wanted it mailed, so I took it down to the post office an hour ago. The post office? Why, you crazy. Get out of here, Lightning. Oh, me. Conscience. Is you here?
Yes, George.
Well, I don't know what you're going to do, but I was getting out of town.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. One of the most popular benefits we've ever offered you is the Andelafil Reducing Plan, and we knew it would be. For here's the reducing plan that enables you to lose up to 5 pounds a week, naturally and pleasantly. You don't starve, you don't count calories. There are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Yet the pounds slip away, as many as 3 to 5 a week. And you lose where it shows. If your extra pounds are not due to an organic cause, ask about the Andelafil Reducing Plan. It's easy, it's fun, and it's sold only at Rexall drugstores.
Oh, me, that letter got mailed to Mr. Montgomery 3 days ago. I ain't heard yet. Maybe it got lost in the mail, or maybe there was a train wreck or the train... hello, Lord George Kingfish Stevens speaking.
Hello, this is Franklin J. Montgomery from Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, Miss Montgomery, say your voice sounds awful powerful to be coming all the way from Florida.
I'm not in Florida. I'm here in New York at the station.
Oh, station, calling from a telephone booth, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm too big to get in the phone booth.
Nice of you to call. Too bad I happens to be out of town. Can't see you.
Just a minute. You Stevens, aren't you? The one that wrote me the letter about Andy Brown?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be over to that lodge hall in 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah, I have to stop by the police station and pick up a pistol permit. See you then.
Holy mackerel. He'll be here in 15 minutes. I can't tell Andy what I done or he'd kill me. And I can't tell this...
Hiya, Kingfish. Hiya. What's new?
Oh, it's you, Brother Andy, dear. Say, Andy, you heard how we can't live forever and... that we all got to go sometime, and if you're going to go one day is as good as another, you hear...
Well, what about it?
Well, I just thinking, Andy, this might be a good day for the trip, might it not?
No, sir, not me. I got a lot of things to do. I'm going to hang around as long as I can.
Well, now, let me put it another way, Andy. If you ever think of getting out of town...
What for?
Well, on account of the altitude, Andy.
The altitude?
Yeah, living uptown here where we is so high, the altitudinal pressure is bad for a man of your age.
We is high up here?
Oh, certainly. We is uptown, you know.
Kingfish, what you talking about? The altitude is bad up here. We ain't more than 15 or 20 feet higher than they is downtown.
Yeah, well, that's just it, Andy. You see, I went to my doctor this morning, and he was explaining to me that once a man gets past 40, any kind of altitude is dangerous for him.
It is, huh?
Oh, yeah. Doctor told me if I want to live up here and stay alive, I only have 2 alternatives. Either stop breathing or sleep with my head in a 10-foot hole. That's what it said.
Doctor say that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, look here. I is over 40. You think this altitude going to affect me? I feel all right.
Well, that's just it, Andy. At your age, a man like you looks all right. But on the inside, your infernal organs is probably suffering from the 40-year-old droop, is what you got.
No, mate.
Oh, yeah, now tell you what, Andy. Well, open up your shirt there, boy, and let me give you kind of a superficial examination here. I want to listen to some of your infernal organs there. Unbutton your shirt.
Okay, I'll open up your shirt here.
Yeah, that's right. Unbutton that last button there, that's right. Yeah. Now, let me get my ear down here up against that blubber there.
You hear anything, Kingfish? Is the
altitude done affected any of my infernal organs? It has, Andy. You ought to hear your heart. It's wheezing and grunting like an old sow with a snoot full of goose livers. How about the rest of me? Well, let me listen around here. Yeah. Turn around a little there. Okay. They get me up there. Your gallstones sound all right. They got a nice, healthy rattle to them. Yeah. Wait a minute. From the sound of your liver here, it's in bad shape. The altitude pressure done puffed that thing up like a 10-cent balloon. You mean it might pop on me? Well, if you climbs a ladder one of these days and gets on the third rung and you hear a low hissing sound, unless you can abandon your liver in a hurry, you is in for a rather nasty explosion, boy. What are you getting at with all this? I don't believe one word of this. Well, now, wait a minute. Look, Andy. We ain't got no time to waste. Lightning done mailed that letter to Mr. Montgomery by mistake, and he'll be here in 5 minutes with a pistol. Holy mackerel, Kingfish. Florbell's brother. He's going to shoot me for sure. This is all your fault, Kingfish. I'm going to take my stress and... Now, wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Now, look, we ain't got no time to lose. I tell you what. You duck out the back way there, and when Mr. Montgomery's fellow gets here, I'll tell him something has done happened to you, and that'll get him off your trail forever. Yeah, well, that's all I can do. But this thing better work, because if it don't, Kingfish, I'm going to change your altitude by about 6 feet of dirt. I'll tell you. Yes, that is the story, Mr. Montgomery. Mr. Brown has done passed away.
Well, this is something after I looked for him for these 2 years. It's quite a disappointment.
Yes, I guess it is. Having to forego the pleasure of blasting him full of holes.
Blasting him full of holes? Well, I didn't intend to shoot the poor fella.
Yeah, well, what about the pistol permit?
Oh, I got that on account of the money.
Yeah, well, you see, the money?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't you the man that was looking for Andy Brown for jilting your sister?
That's right. At first, I was out to get him. But you see, dear Florbell passed away about a year ago. But she never forgot Andy Brown for the little happiness he brought into her life. And she remembered him in her will.
In a will, huh?
Yes, that's why I have the gun. I come up here to deliver to the poor, unfortunate Mr. Brown this $5,000 in cash.
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist. Today, whenever they want fast relief from an ordinary headache, millions of people choose Rexall aspirin. And there are 3 very good reasons why.
Then how about letting us in on them?
Well, first, every Rexall tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. Second, in the 100-tablet family-size bottle, Rexall aspirin costs you barely more than half a cent per tablet.
Sounds good so far. What's the third reason?
The most important of all, ma'am. There's no faster-acting aspirin made.
But exactly what do you mean by fast-acting?
I mean that when taken with water, a Rexall aspirin tablet is ready to go to work for you even before it reaches your stomach.
That I'll remember.
And remember this, too. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish, this is something. You tells the man I done kicked the bucket, and then it turns out he got $5,000 from me.
Well, now, calm down, Andy. Now, how would I know that Florbell was going to play a dirty trick on you like that?
Yeah, well, I knowed I was a lover boy, but I never realized 2 days of my smooching on a poop deck was worth $5,000. I'll tell you something else, too. I can't lose out on all that money.
Well, now, take it easy, Andy. I done sent for Algonquin J. Calhoun. Now, we ain't licked yet, boy, because after all, when he...
Hiya, Calhoun.
Yeah.
Well, hiya, boys. I got here as soon as I could. I didn't get your message. You see, I done spent the afternoon down at the ball theater.
Oh, watching the show?
Heck no, making a fire inspection backstage.
Wait a minute here. You ain't no fireman.
Now, Andy, you knows that. And I knows that. But there's 22 fan dancers back there that think I was looking like a Harry.
Yeah, well, the reason we got you over here, Andy stands a chance of losing out on $5,000.
How come you do that?
Well, we thought this gal's brother was coming up here to shoot me for jilting her.
Yeah.
But it turns out that he wanted to pay me $5,000 she done left me in a will.
What's the problem there?
Well, I told the man that Andy was dead.
Oh, yeah. You know, Andy, there's only one thing for you to do.
What's that?
Man, come to life.
Yeah, that's right. We might pull it off. You know, I could go over to Mr. Montgomery's hotel and tell him the reports of Andy's passing was premature.
Yeah. That's a sensible thing to do, all right.
Yeah, Calhoun, and then you could come up there as the doctor and back up the story, you see.
Yeah. I'll wear my cutaway coat and hang a stethoscope around my neck.
Yeah, that's the stuff. That's a good idea.
Yeah, well, I'll meet you over there, because I got to go down to the post office and mail a letter to my cousin Murgatroyd.
Oh, your cousin Murgatroyd, the hipster, huh? How's old Bebop doing?
I got a letter from him last week, Kingfish. Him and his band is still on the road. They're in Washington now.
Washington, D.C., huh?
Yeah. Seems like that him and his saxophone player went up to the top of the Washington Monument. Now, that cat is a real hipster. And he said, watch this, Murgatroyd. Man, I is a robin, and I'm going to fly from here to the White House. And with that, he dove right over that Washington Monument. Down he went and broke every bone in his body.
Holy mackerel. Why didn't Murgatroyd try to stop him?
That's what the police asked him.
What did Murgatroyd say?
Man, who is I to tell a robin not to fly?
Come in, Mr. Stevens. Now, you said on the phone you wanted to come up to my hotel here and talk to me?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Montgomery. I've got some news for you about Brown.
News about Brown? What is it?
Yeah, sir. Well, it seems that our friend who done departed is done come back on us like a boomerang.
What's this? Come back?
Yeah, the first I found out about it was when I went up to the cemetery yesterday to put a bouquet of flowers on his thing. And when I got to Mr. Brown's family plot, there was two fellows standing there with shovels over a deep hole in the ground saying, which way did he go?
Wait a minute. How in the world could a thing like that happen?
Well, now, the doctor wasn't too sure of his diagnosis, you see. Now, you see, when he examined Mr. Brown, he thought that maybe he'd gone. And then again, maybe he hadn't. So he solved the problem by burying him but stamping temporary on the death certificate. Actually, Mr. Brown was suffering from suspended ammunition, does what?
Things like this just don't happen.
Well, now, that's why I took the liberty of asking the attendant physician to pop up here. He ought to be here almost...
Come in.
Now, hiya, Kingfish.
Oh, here's the doctor now. Miss Montgomery, allow me to present you up with Dr. Algonquin J. Calhoun, famous brain surgeon and meteorologist.
How do you do that, Doctor?
Pardon me for not shaking hands, Bub, but I was operating in an hour, and I want to stay antiseptic.
Doctor, Mr. Stevens here says that you made a mistake and declined somebody deceased. Is this possible?
Oh, man, yeah. See, it ain't generally known, but deciding whether they is dead or not is one of the weaker points of the whole medical system. So far, we ain't come up with nothing better than jabbing them with a hat pin.
I never heard anything like this.
Oh, yes. The doctor was telling me that in the medieval days, before the stethoscope and the seismograph, why, it was even more hit or miss than it is now. If a patient closed his eyes in the front of a doctor, he was a goner. Well, they made allowances for that, though.
Allowances?
Yes, instead of planting them 6 feet deep, they just put my foot underground to give them a fair shake, you see. Oh, I tell you, at night they used to come out of the ground like gophers. I tell you.
Well, I don't know what this is all about. Of course, the important thing to me is that Andy Brown is still alive. And I'm certainly looking forward to giving him the $5,000 that my sister Floribel left him.
Yeah, well, now, that's all we is interested in, too, mister. And now that you is convinced that he is alive, if you'll just let me have the money, well, I'll be glad to turn it.
No. I want to give him this money in person.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, You come over to the lodge hall this afternoon, and I'll have Andy Brown there.
Fine. I'll be there about 2.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait a minute. Say goodbye, Doctor.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, Doctor.
No. Say goodbye, Mr. Montgomery, you fool.
Goodbye, Mr. Montgomery, you fool.
Yeah, Amos, Mr. Montgomery will be over here any minute now with that $5,000.
Well, Andy, that was something, all right. This gal remembering you in a will, eh?
Oh, yeah, boy, that really was.
Yeah? Yeah, the boy almost lost out on the money, though. We thought the gal's brother was coming up here with a gun and insisted Andy go through with the wedding. Well, I'm glad it worked out the way it did, all right. You know, Andy, you sure has had a lot of gal trouble in the past, but none of them has done caught you yet, is the boy?
Oh, no. Well, I tell you, Amos.
Somebody at the door. Come in.
Well, Stevens, I said I'd be here. Oh, there you are, Brown.
Yes, sir. How is you, Mr. Montgomery? Long time no see.
Yeah, you got the $5,000 for the boy, Mr.
No, I haven't. When you started giving me that song and dance about Andy Brown passing on, I knew you were just hiding him. So, to bring him out in the open, I made up that story about the $5,000.
You mean there ain't no $5,000?
No, but I got another surprise for you. Here's someone else who came back from the great beyond like a boomerang. Come on in, Florbell.
Andy! Now we can get married.
Attention, bargain shoppers. You've got 6 more days to cash in on Rexall's big Golden Jubilee sale. Yes, all this coming week, you can still take advantage of those once-in-a-lifetime anniversary bargains, those deep-cut Golden Jubilee specials that will save you money on your drugstore needs for months to come. And it's a store-wide sale. There are money-saving buys in every department. So stop in, shop in, and save during Rexall's Golden Jubilee sale. All this coming week at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to visit your Rexall family drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
For the one woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
there's Carinome, the beauty aids that are hypoallergenic, carefully compounded of fine, pure, mild ingredients, safe for most sensitive skin.
There's a safe, pure Carinome beauty aid for every possible need.
Created especially for the one woman in 10 with sensitive skin.
And sold at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George.
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests, Gregory Peck, and yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Paula Winslow, Dora Singleton, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, Well, tonight we find Gracie and her friend Dorothy Demling in a movie theater gazing raptly at their favorite picture star, Gregory Peck.
Oh, look at him, Dorothy. Isn't he gorgeous? Oh, magnificent. That face. It's just a mouth and a nose and two eyes, but what an assembly job. Yeah. Why do people have to make that silly noise? I don't know. It happens every time we come to a theater. Yeah. Look, Gregory Peck sees his wife coming up the walk. He's going to open the door for her. Oh, look at the way he strides across that room. Don't you love those beautiful long legs? Oh, yes. They're like two tall eucalyptus trees with pants on. What a sweet thought. Now he's opening the door. She's coming in. Darling, have you missed me?
Oh, yes, my beloved. Every minute has seemed like a year. My darling, you're cold. Here's something to warm you up.
Oh, he's kissing her. Oh, and those silly scientists are fooling around with atomic heat. What schnook. Yes. Those rude people. Come on, Dorothy, let's go home. Oh, but the picture isn't over. Well, what's the difference? It'll end the same way it did the other 3 times we saw it. Well, thanks for bringing me home, Dorothy. It was a wonderful movie. I'm sorry our husbands didn't go with us. Oh, me too. A little of that Gregory Peck might have rubbed off on them. Oh, he was so sweet to his wife, always telling her how lovely she looked. Mm-hmm. Did your husband ever tell you how you look, Dorothy? Yes, the rat. Oh, I wonder what it'd be like to be married to Gregory Peck. I guess every woman in the country wonders that. Yes. What a shame he is naughty, sure, so we could all find out. I love that wonderful twinkle in his eye. Do George's eyes twinkle? Only when the sun hits his bifocals. But don't get me wrong, Dorothy. I'd much rather have my George than Peck. And I'd much rather have my William. I'd rather have George than 2 Pecks. I'd rather have William than 3 Pecks. I'd rather have George than 4 Pecks. We're talking about potatoes, of course. No, Dorothy, I mean it. But I sure wish George would act a little more like Gregory Peck. Yeah. Well, enough about tall, dark, and devastating. I got to get home to short, pale, and irritating. Good night, Dorothy. Maybe I'm not being fair to George. Maybe he'd warm me with a kiss and hold my chair if I gave him a chance. Maybe when I walk in and say, "Darling, have you missed me?" he'll say, "Yes, my beloved. Each minute has seemed like a year, just like Gregory Peck." Well, here goes. Darling, have you missed me?
I didn't know you were gone.
I walked home from the movie and I'm cold. Would you give me something to warm me up?
Sure. Here's a match. Go light the furnace.
George,
Well?
there's a chair behind me.
Yeah, I see it.
I'd like to sit down.
Okay, squat.
Couldn't you hold the chair?
Why, it's not going anywhere.
Oh, George, you're hopeless. And look at you, sitting there in your undershirt and stocking feet.
What's wrong with that?
Gregory Peck would never let his wife see him in his stocking feet.
What does he do, sleep with the shoes on? Which reminds me, it's past my bedtime. Let's hit the hay.
Oh, hit the hay. How can you be so unromantic? I bet Gregory Peck would say it poetically and beautifully.
Okay, I'll be poetic. I desire to be transported to the arms of Morpheus.
Well, when you finally do get poetic, you think of another woman.
Let's hit the hay.
Why can't you be the kind of a husband Gregory Peck was in that picture tonight? He served his wife breakfast in bed. He worshipped the ground she walked on.
Look, Gracie, the ground she walked on was a movie set. Mr. Peck got paid thousands of dollars to worship it. He's an actor. That was in the script.
Oh,
And Max Factor's makeup, you know.
Yeah. I'm sure he's the same way at home. Generous and thoughtful.
Gregory Peck is just a nice, average guy. I know him well. I play golf with him.
I'll bet he's good.
No better than I am. Last time we played, we each shot a birdie.
I'll bet he took his home to his wife.
I ate mine myself with those pickles at Hillcrest. It was nice.
Gregory Peck is so sweet.
Oh, look, I'm tired of hearing about Gregory Peck. There must be something I can do that he can't do.
There is, darling. Blow your little horn.
Well, come on, let's go to bed.
So they went to bed, and Gracie had a marvelous dream.
Gracie. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, George?
Ah, here you are, Gracie. Why are you staring at me?
Well, you look so different, George. So cute.
I do?
Yes. In fact, better than you did when I married you. You are George, aren't you?
Well, of course. Look, darling, I brought you your breakfast in bed.
Are you sure you're George?
Oh, yes, sweetheart. Now, here's a kiss.
Oh, George, have you got some identification on you?
What's come over you, Gracie? You've never been this way before.
Well, neither of you. Breakfast in bed. And what a breakfast. It's fit for a queen.
Well, it is for a queen. I lay these eggs at your feet.
Really? Oh, dear, I didn't even hear you cackle.
After breakfast, I'll wash the dishes and you go shopping. Buy yourself dozens of those adorable hats that you like so well. Here's $500 to spend.
Is this really happening?
Well, of course. Do you want me to pinch you?
No. A kiss and $500 is enough for one day.
Well, it's a pleasure to do things for you, Gracie, my darling wife. You're so beautiful.
Oh, George.
So alluring.
Oh, George.
So young.
Oh, George.
So irresistible.
Oh, George. Oh, George. Oh, George.
Huh? What's the matter?
Oh, George.
What happened, Gracie?
I had a dream. A dream in which you looked and acted just like Gregory Peck. It was terrible.
It was?
Yes, it was so short.
Go to sleep.
Well, after a more or less sleepless night, George finally despaired of changing Gracie's attitude. So we find him now arriving at the home of Gregory Peck to seek his help.
Oh, come in, George. Come in.
Thanks, Gregory. Gregory, I've got a terrific problem with Gracie.
Really? Well, what is it?
Well, she went to see a picture of yours last night, and your romantic husband who kissed your wife's hand and served her breakfast in bed. Now, Gracie thinks you do this in real life.
I do.
Since when?
Since my wife saw that picture.
Well, now Gracie wants me to be romantic, and I'm not the type. I'm not tall. I'm not dashing.
Tall, small. Remember this, George. Good things come in little packages. You're a little package.
Yeah.
Only you weren't tied so loose.
Well, since Gracie saw that picture, I've been miserable. What can I do with her?
Oh, get tough with her. Every man should be the boss in his own home.
Well, you're a fine one to talk, serving your wife breakfast in bed.
Oh, well, that's just for laughs. Anytime I want to stop that, I'll just lay the law down to my wife.
Show me how you do that, Greg. Go ahead. Lay the law down to her right now.
Well,
I'd like to
all right. I'll go in the library and do that. You stay here and listen. Now listen, Greta. This foolishness of breakfast in bed must come to a stop immediately, understand?
What a man.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Peck. Didn't see you come into the room.
Where's Greg?
Oh, never mind turning on the tears. I'm master in this house, and my word is law.
What's he doing in there?
He's bawling you out. Listen.
From now on, you serve me breakfast in bed. Is that clear? Oh, there. Get up off your knees. I didn't mean to frighten you.
What a ham.
Yes. I know I'm the finest husband in the world. Now stop kissing my hand. Well, George, did you listen and learn?
I sure did. Look behind you.
Hello, dear.
Oh. Hello, Greta.
That was quite a performance you gave in there.
Did you like it? It's a scene from my new picture. By the way, dear, would you like some flowers on your tray in the morning?
Oh, I'll be having breakfast with Edith in the morning, remember? Her husband's out of town, and I'm spending the night with her.
Oh, yes. Well, would you like me to come over and serve you breakfast in bed there?
This kid is a tiger.
Well, that won't be necessary, Greg. I'll be leaving. Nice to have seen you again, Mr. Burns. Goodbye.
Goodbye?
Goodbye, dear. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye, darling.
Oh, you really are polite to your wife. I'm glad Gracie isn't here.
Hey, George, that gives me an idea. Let's put on an act for Gracie. I'll get a big kick out of it.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll call the studio and get an actress to pose as my wife. Then you and Gracie come over to dinner. I'll be the meanest, orneriest, most slovenly, unromantic husband who ever lived.
Yeah. Then she'll stop wanting me to be like you. Greg, you're a genius.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. You better back up a little.
Well, you're smarter than I am.
Didn't have to back up that far.
See you for dinner.
Just a 6-day-old baby. But dipping back into history, 49 is quite an anniversary. Just 100 years ago, the California gold rush was in full swing. And only 25 years ago, folks everywhere were humming and whistling a great song that could have been written in honor of that big event, judging by the title. Now let's see if you know it after hearing only the mellow harmony. Well, that's pretty difficult, so we'll add this rich counter melody. Remember, it's about California. Now we'll blend in the vigorous rhythm. You'll get it for sure after we add this final musical part, the full-bodied melody. Why, certainly, California, Here I Come, a grand favorite year after year. You've enjoyed it many times, but first, an expert musician must combine not one, but all its splendid musical parts. And friends, it takes the same expert skill in blending to create the rich, heartwarming flavor that has made Maxwell House Coffee America's favorite brand of coffee. Maxwell House is famous for its superb, good-to-the-last-drop flavor that no other coffee offers you. This mellow, deeply satisfying flavor is created by combining not one, but many choice varieties of coffee from the highlands of Latin America. It begins with the selection of Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next, Medellins add richness. Other choice coffees give the blend vigor. And then Bucaramangas coffees are added for fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum packed and roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Here's the idea, Margie. When the Burnses get here, you'll pretend to be my abused, downtrodden wife, okay?
Oh, sure, Mr. Peck. But why have you made yourself look so repulsive? Unshaven, old dirty sweatshirt, blue jeans, and bare feet. Why are you doing this?
Oh, George Burns is a friend of mine.
I see. You don't want to look better than he does.
No, that isn't it. I want Mrs. Burns to think I'm the world's worst husband.
Oh.
I hope this won't interfere with any plans you had, Margie.
Well, I had a date with Bill Goodwin, but he'll keep.
He should. He's fresh enough.
Here's another.
Now, you wait in the next room and come out when I call you.
All right.
Come in. Well, hello, George.
Hello, Greg. This is my wife.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Peck?
Oh, so this is Mrs. Burns. Well, bring the old battle axe in.
All right, come in, dear. Now, George, you'll see how a real cultured husband acts at home.
Cultured? Look at the way he's dressed.
Yes, isn't he gay and casual? You in your blue suit, you look like an undertaker.
Well, this is great.
Mr. Peck, where did you get those adorable slacks?
Mrs. Burns, these are jeans.
Oh, isn't he sweet, George? He's breaking those pants in for a girl.
Look, Gracie, he's barefooted.
Oh, Mr. Peck, you're the perfect host. You took off your shoes so my husband wouldn't look like a runt.
Well, we're doing great. Where's your wife, Greg?
Margie, I'll call her. Hey, woman! Come in here, on the double.
Here I am, sir.
Oh, isn't he masterful?
Woman, is dinner on the table?
Yes, sir.
Okay, folks, chow's on.
Gracie, did you hear that? He said chow's on.
Isn't he wonderful? I love men who can speak French.
Well, let's eat.
Well, pitch in. The food's free. Watch your head, George.
Watch my head?
There's a flower bowl behind you. I'll always blow my olive pips into it.
Okay.
Bombs away.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot, Mr. Peck. George, why did you take an interest in sport?
This is murder.
Bombs away. Junior, I can't get enough of these mashed potatoes.
Judge, why don't you be a gentleman and eat mashed potatoes like Mr. Peck does? With his fingers.
That's being a
Well,
gentleman?
of course. He does it so his wife won't have to wash the silver. You sit there with a fork. I'm ashamed of you.
Yeah, I'm a slob. Greg, can I speak to you alone a minute?
Sure.
Excuse us, Gracie.
All right.
Greg, it's not working.
I know. What does it take to make that wife of yours disgusted?
I don't know. She's got me.
Yeah. Yeah, even that didn't do it.
Talk faster.
Hey, George, I think I got it. I'll take Margie in the kitchen and pretend to beat her up. That'll convince Gracie I'm a heel.
Sounds great. Let's try it.
Margie, that was the lousiest meal I ever ate. Get out in the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Those potatoes had lumps, and now you're going to get yours.
Oh, no, please don't hit me with that chair.
There. Now, gather up your teeth. I want this kitchen floor kept neat. Well, that's that.
Mr. Peck, how could you do such a thing?
I believe in treating women like slaves.
You, a man who looks so much like Abraham Lincoln?
still want me to be like Peck, Gracie?
No, I don't. And I refuse to stay in this house another minute and watch him mistreat poor Margie.
Good.
Bring our wraps, George. I'll meet you out in the car.
Hi, Gracie.
Bill Goodman, what are you doing here?
I came to pick up Margie.
Well, that's a good idea. I don't think she can get up alone.
Huh?
She's lying on the floor, out cold.
How do you like that? When she's on a date with me, she won't touch the stuff.
On a date with you? You date Marge?
Oh, sure. 2 or 3 times a week.
But she belongs to Gregory Peck.
Oh, that's what he thinks. Margie's crazy about me.
Well, I'll never get used to Hollywood. Well, this changes things. No wonder Gregory Peck beat her up. She deserved it.
What? He struck Margie? Well, I'll murder him.
But, Bill, he's got a perfect right.
So have I, and my left isn't bad either. I'll fracture him.
But, Bill...
You wait here, Gracie. I don't want you to see this horrible slaughter. Ah! There, you sit, you woman beater. Gracie told me how you slugged Margie.
Now, Bill...
Now, stand up, Peck. I'm going to divide you into quarts and pints.
You don't understand. Margie was taken apart.
So I heard, and now Peck's going to get taken apart. Let's step into the kitchen so I won't spoil the carpet. Come on, Peck. Stand up.
Okay.
Ooh. You didn't have to stand up that high. He's a big one, isn't he?
You should see him with the shoes on.
Well, Bill, you still want to step into the kitchen?
You bet I do. Let's step in there and make some Maxwell House coffee and talk to you. Maxwell House is so delicious, it puts everybody in a good humor. And wait till you get a load of that rich, mellow, good-to-the-last-drop flavor.
Now you're ready to eat crow, huh?
Oh, sure. Anything tastes great with Maxwell House. Ah, what a coffee. No wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price.
Well, Mr. Peck, I hope Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, Margie, honey, you're all right. Peck didn't leave any marks on you.
No, he doesn't play as rough as you do.
Well, come on, sugar. I'll make you forget all about Gregory Peck. Let's go up on Mulholland Drive and park.
Oh, Bill, I'd rather not park in the car. It's so public.
Well, nobody will see us, honey. The windows will be all steamed up.
The windows will be steamed up?
Oh, sure. I'm taking along a thermos jug of Maxwell House coffee. There's nothing like a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House on a winter's night. Come on, Margie. Let's live.
Coming, Bill. Goodbye, Mr. Peck. Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
Bill, is Margie leaving with you?
Oh, sure, Gracie. We're headed for Mulholland Drive, aren't we, baby?
You said it, Dimples.
Well, I'll see you later, Gracie.
Well, I was certainly unfair to Gregory Peck. His wife deserved the beating she got. I'll go in and apologize to him. Mr. Peck, I've changed my mind about you. You're wonderful, and I want George to be just like you.
But, Gracie, he beat up his wife.
Well, she deserved it running around with Bill Goodwin. Do I run around with a man? No, I run around with you.
Thanks, kid.
George, let's have another conference in the next room.
Okay.
Excuse us, Gracie.
I knew I was right about Gregory. He's as pure as 6.5 feet of snow. Not nearly as cold.
I'm home, Greg. Edith's husband came back and... Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. George Burns. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Gregory Peck.
Another one?
What?
Well, one Mrs. Peck just left. Are you the night shift?
Are you trying to tell me there's been another Mrs. Peck in this house?
That's right. She chases after Bill Goodwin. Who do you chase after?
Mrs. Burns, I could use a little clarification.
Oh, now I know you're upset, but don't start drinking.
No, I'm very confused. what are you doing here?
Well, George and I had dinner with Mr. Peck and Peck's other wife.
You can't be serious about Gregory's two wives.
Yes, I am.
Good heavens, I have a blue beard.
Well, it doesn't show under your powder.
Gregory is the blue beard.
Oh.
Well, Mrs. Burns, George and I have decided... Oh, hello, dear. You've come home.
Yes. How's everything in the harem?
Uh-oh. Now, sweetheart...
You seem to have quite a few wives. Perhaps we should wear numbers on our back. And have programs printed. You can't tell one wife from another without a program.
He isn't to blame, Mrs. Peck.
Oh, don't you lie for him, George Burns. I don't want you to have anything to do with a man who married two women.
Gracie, Gregory Peck wouldn't do a thing like that. He's a big name.
Yes, and if it wasn't a lady, I'd say what it was. Think, I wanted you to be like Gregory Peck.
Well, Gregory, I'm waiting for your explanation.
Honey, you know that mink coat that you've been wanting?
Yes.
Well, it's yours if you'll just forget this whole mess.
And consider it forgotten.
Well, gee, that was easy. Well, George, I'm waiting for your explanation.
Explanation of what?
Who cares as long as I get a mink coat?
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Now, Gracie, I don't want to spend another night hearing about Gregory Peck, so go to sleep.
Yes, dear. He is handsome, isn't he?
Well, I guess I'll take my blanket and go to sleep on the couch.
Oh, darling, did I say something to hurt you? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Go to sleep.
Please forgive me.
Forget it.
Believe me, you've got something Gregory Peck hasn't got.
Okay, go to sleep.
Well, I can't now. I'll be awake all night trying to think what it is.
Good things. The easy way. You like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Gregory Peck will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Yellow Sky and can be heard regularly on the Prudential Family Hour of the Stars. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned now for Noah Webster Says. The preceding program was transcribed. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.